for India's innovation ecosystem. She represents India in the Standardization Management Board of IEC and also oversees the ISO IEC JTC1 SC7 Secretariat on Softwares and Systems Engineering Committee. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Devansh. Shrimati Nidhi Khareji, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Food and Public Distribution. Professor Rajat Poonaji, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Esteemed delegates, speakers, and distinguished guests present over here. A very warm welcome to all of you to this very important workshop on artificial intelligence. So on behalf of Bureau of Indian Standard, it's really my proud privilege to welcome all of you here to this crucial event, AI Shaping the Future with Innovation. And this workshop has been organized as a part of the 89th International Electrotechnical Commission General Meeting, whose theme is Fostering a Sustainable World. We are honored to have amongst us the dignitaries. Ma'am has spared her valuable time out of her very busy schedule, and Professor Rajat Moona has kindly agreed to be here to speak to the gathering. I'm really grateful to Moona sir. And we're also honored to have amongst us the policymakers, the regulators, the standard professionals, international delegates, industry speakers, industry leaders, startups, and researchers, and a lot of youngsters from the various technical institutes around Delhi. And they were really enthusiastic to be here, and I am really glad to have them here because the youngsters have special responsibility on them to carry forward the AI standardization, AI, like everything in AI, like the youngsters have a lot of responsibility for them. So I especially welcome all of you here and listen to the proceedings carefully and take up the responsibility of taking forward the work which we are doing. AI does have the impact on sustainability, and as today's theme is fostering a sustainable world, and AI also has a major role to play in sustainability, whether through optimizing energy consumption or enabling smart infrastructure, improving healthcare delivery, or supporting climate monitoring. Whatever it is, so AI has a great role in controlling all these initiatives. By aligning AI innovation with sustainability goals, we can ensure that technology becomes a true enabler of global well-being. And standardization in this area, no doubt, plays a key role, providing a structured framework for innovation and at the same time safeguarding the ethical values and societal interests. So recognizing the AI's global impact, the Bureau of Indian Standard actively participates in international standardization efforts, reinforcing India's commitment to establishing AI framework that prioritizes ethics, fairness, and accountability. So we have an international committee, ISO IEC JTC1 SC42, most of you which will be aware of this, developing international standards on artificial intelligence. And parallel to that, we have a national mirror committee, LITD 30, which is responsible for bringing out national standards and also participating at international level. So these committees play a very crucial role in setting global benchmark for AI governance, trustworthiness, and applications. So today, we have gathered here with an objective to create a platform for dialogue on 3 key aspects of AI, which is governance, policy, and standards for AI. That will be taken care in the first session, and then in subsequent sessions, we will discuss ethical and responsible use of AI, and we have another very important session on industry and startups as the driver of innovation. So these 3 interesting sessions, you will have the opportunity to have conversation and listen to the experts. So sessions mainly will focus on exploring how international efforts can guide national framework and help build global trust. How fairness, transparency, and accountability can be embedded in AI systems, ensuring that innovation goes hand in hand with the responsibilities. And how enterprises, especially startups, are building cutting-edge AI solutions and how standards can support them in scaling responsibly. So what makes this workshop particularly valuable is the diversity of the voices we have present over here in this room, from international standard bodies and regulators to entrepreneurs and researchers. Each stakeholder play a very important role in shaping the AI ecosystem. So I would like to thank each one of you for making this workshop possible, and I also extend my appreciation to the distinguished speakers and panelists who will share their knowledge and experience with us today. And with that, I once again welcome you all and wish today's deliberation every success, and I hope the discussions will lead to the practical insights, new collaborations, and a stronger roadmap for responsible AI innovation. I encourage the delegates present here to contribute to the standardization efforts in the field of AI. And for those who want to contribute to these efforts, they can get in touch with BIS, and they can really contribute through our BIS national committees, LITD 30, and the international work which is happening through this committee. Only those who are part of this national committee can participate in international standardization effort. So I really urge each one of you to get in touch with us for carrying forward this cause of bringing national standards and international standards further. So once again, I welcome all of you to this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that comprehensive overview and setting the stage for today's deliberations. Your emphasis on Bureau's role in ensuring trust, safety, and innovation through standards provides a strong foundation for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Rajat Muna, Director, IIT Gandhinagar. Professor Muna has been a visionary in India's AI and digital ecosystem, spearheading initiatives that integrate AI into education, research, and national development. Today, he will share his thoughts on AI's transformative role in shaping India's future and how innovation can be guided by ethics and inclusivity. Professor Muna.
Thank you, Devansh. Madam Nidhi Khare, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Reena Garg, DDG Standardization, members of BIS, and delegates who have come from all over the world from various countries. Let me first of all welcome you to this BIS workshop on AI reshaping the future with innovation. As I was looking at it, I realized that AI has actually many strengths. It is the biggest leveling factor. It hides the poor against the rich. It levels out debt against the life. It levels out regions from one to another, religions from one to another. It basically brings a big leveling factor. And now, with this leveling factor, there are a lot of things. For example, it's possible for AI to generate a conversation between William Shakespeare and Mahatma Gandhi in their own voices. And one would not be able to figure it out whether it is real or unreal, right? They can talk about on debates which are contemporary, which, for example, are talking about is nuclear a good option or a bad option as an energy, which can be talking about the wars which are looming around in the world, which can be talking about AI itself, whether it's a good thing or bad thing. And AI has been penetrating, it has a future which probably people have not seen and are all expecting it to boom up. Typical things, for example, drug discoveries. A typical life cycle would be about 4 to 5 years for a drug to be discovered. AI has an ability to cut it down to a few months, 3 to 4 months, including human trials. It has been shown that AI-generated potential drug candidates are found to be much better than man-generated drug potential candidates. AI can be actually a very big factor for designing buildings, structural designs, right? Again, it has been shown that such structural designs can be time compensated by cutting down the time drastically. AI can be, most computer scientists actually know that AI tools have been now regularly used to generate programs. And again, they cut down the time required to develop programs. Can be a very big productivity enhancer for official works, speeches writing, movie making, economics, whatever we want to talk about, education, smart cities. AI actually has a very big tool available to us. And in future, these AI techniques are going to help us in major ways in shaping the way we interact, the way we transact, the way we actually carry out our own day-to-day life. Now, with such a powerful tool, with all such good things, there are few words of caution. And actually, that is where this entire gathering comes in handy in shouldering the responsibility that does not go out of hand. And in what way can it go out of hand? Ethical AI. I mean, like for example, in social media these days, you can actually, while you can create a good communication using AI in the name of various people, you can also create a bad communication in the name of same people. You can actually take some world leader talking about various things we never talked about. You can actually create scenarios of wars, fear, hunger, all these things which don't exist. Or maybe if they exist, they can be amplified with AI. You can create a positive communication, you can create a negative communication. You can create a bad picture, you can create a good picture. And that is something which actually one has to be very, very careful about so that ethics of life are preserved. Ethical AI is actually going to be a very big thing in time to come. There have been several viewpoints which have been raised at various world forums. World leaders are aware of it, and people are actually talking about it at AI adoption in various forums. There are two different views. One, should we regulate the AI so that it does not go out of hand? And another one, should we regulate the innovation that AI will bring? And there are both views have positives. Okay, and my job is to actually just elucidate some of those things, and that will perhaps put people into thinking, saying what is good or what is bad. I cannot be deciding that, but I think eventually time will decide what way AI will shape up and what way AI need to be regulated. So, for example, a little change in AI, let's say if all my financial transactions are being carried out with AI, okay, all my advertising is being carried out with AI, with a little bit of change in my AI decision making, one can be tuned to make wrong payments. Okay? And we have been hearing about this in media a lot, AI hijacking, creating scenarios, digital arrest, and all these kind of things which actually are using AI tools, right? And now with these AI tools, one has to be, government actually has gone around saying, you be careful about this, and none of these departments will actually do any digital communication with you. But then the fact remains that people at the well-learned people actually have fallen trap into this. Judges have fallen trap into this, engineers have fallen trap into this, bureaucrats have fallen trap into this, and therefore it is not something which is actually unusual, and one has to be careful in what way will that care be advised, one doesn't know. Let me give you one scenario. In the countries today, nuclear families are very common things. Husband, wife and children. Husband works, wife also works, children go to school. Every day, usual scenario. And when they return is actually not at the same time. The child probably comes back earlier than husband and wife. Wife probably comes later and husband probably puts in longer hours. This is the scenario, this is a story of every household that one would actually see in big cities today, right? Now, the precautionary thing people would have actually taken into account, saying they would have taught the kid how to enter into the house and also would have taught, how to be safe, right? Once you are inside, close your door, do not open the door to the strangers. I will give you an AI scenario and that will actually be perplexing for everybody. Now, one for regular day, such a thing happens. The child is safely locked inside his house, okay, and then somebody knocks. So child calls out, who is this? He says, I am a plumber and I need to repair your kitchen drain. So child says, but no, my father has not told me anything. So you please come tomorrow after talking to my father. He said, no, but this is urgent. If you don't do this, the kitchen will get flooded. He said, no, but I don't know. I mean, it's like confused. What should you do? Okay. Then eventually the plumber says, okay, I'll ask your father to call you and then you enter. And all he needs to do is just go behind, makes the call using text-to-speech conversation. He makes all the conversation that it types in the sound of his father to the kid. And that fake father actually calls out and says to the child, son, please open the door. This is very urgent. The plumber uncle has to come and work. And the poor child, unsuspecting, he will open the door and the last defense of safety is gone. And then after that, once the plumber is inside, whatever kind of things one can think of can happen. So, is this the fault of AI? Is this the fault of our own system? Or is it the general greed that is the fault? Very difficult to say. But then, like any other tool, there had always been a debate. The biggest tool of our times have been invention of a scale, using which you could measure the distance, you could draw straight lines and all that. Prior to that, people would do is using pencil and paper without a scale. But then, it was always a question, ethical question, what is good? Is drawing the line by hand good or is the drawing of line by scale good? Same story has been when calculators came, is knowing the tables better or using the calculators better. Same thing happens at every other point, and today we are at those crossroads where we are debating whether AI as a tool is good or whether AI as a tool is bad. Will it reduce our productivity or safety, or will it increase our productivity and safety? And the answer lies that solutions are available to us to adopt this solution in our day-to-day life, to adopt this solution into our routine things. A proper safeguard is necessary, and that's why this workshop is very, very relevant. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Wishing this workshop the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Sir, your address perfectly echoes this verse, Tamso ma Jyotirgamaya, that is, lead me from darkness to light. Sir, you reflected about the potential of AI in shaping our future and how standards and ethical frameworks are the light that guides AI out of uncertainty, ensuring trust and safety for the society. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Srimati Nidhi Khare, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the inaugural address. Madam has been instrumental in strengthening citizen-centric and fair trade practices with a forward-looking approach. She has championed the use of emerging technologies, including AI, to strengthen the consumer protection, enhance market transparency, and ensure fair trade practices. Ma'am.
Professor Rajat Moona, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, Reena Garg, DDG Standardization, BIS, distinguished delegates and participants. And I see a lot of young people who have simply packed this hall. And this is really, really it's going to be very interesting. It is indeed a matter of great privilege for me to address you today at this international workshop on AI shaping the future with innovation. It's a proud occasion for India to host 89th General Meeting for IEC, showing our nation's commitment to global collaboration and responsible technological advancement. As we all know, artificial intelligence has become a core driver of digital transformation across the globe. The progress that we are witnessing today is unprecedented. AI is diagnosing diseases with greater accuracy, enabling precision agriculture, optimizing energy systems, and reshaping the way citizens interact with services. For India, AI represents both an opportunity and a mission. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, diverse social economic conditions, and vast developmental challenges, AI can become a tool for inclusion, empowerment, and resilience. Our vision for AI goes beyond technological advancement. Our vision is very clear. AI must work for every citizen, from the farmer in a remote village to an entrepreneur in a metro city. Government of India has already taken a number of decisive steps in this direction to shape AI ecosystem that is innovative, ethical, and globally competitive. Firstly, the India AI mission, which was launched earlier this year, is a flagship program of India that focuses on creating a public AI compute infrastructure, a national AI marketplace, and a large-scale skilled workforce to ensure that AI benefits are accessible to all stakeholders. Secondly, with various digital public infrastructure initiatives like Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN, India has demonstrated how open and interoperable systems can deliver scalable innovation. AI is now being embedded with these digital public infrastructure layers to unlock new levels of service delivery. And the most important is the global standards leadership in the area of AI. India, through BIS, actively contributes to International Technical Committee, ISO, IEC, JTC 1, SC 42, on AI, influencing global norms, while simultaneously developing India-specific standards to address unique and local needs of, say, for example, language diversity, rural inclusion. I had the privilege of interacting with global leadership from more than 60 countries who are involved in bringing international AI standards earlier this year in April, when BIS had hosted the meeting of JTC1 SC 42 in New Delhi. India's AI story is not complete without mentioning our startups and research ecosystem. Startups in India are playing a very crucial role in this journey. Thousands of innovators are developing context-specific AI solutions for healthcare, education, agriculture, and urban governance. They are demonstrating how AI can be contextualized for local needs while maintaining global relevance. I'm happy to share that it was a unique experience to witness the exhibition, which was inaugurated yesterday, just 100 meters away from this hall, with Indian startups and innovators showcasing their success stories by making use of standards in their products and service solutions. Alongside innovation, India has also recognized the importance of responsible AI. We are conscious of the risks posed by unchecked deployment, whether in terms of bias in algorithms, misuse of data, or erosion of human trust. And I think Professor Moona has very, very categorically brought out examples from our everyday life. We've also seen how, through the Consumer Affairs Ministry, use of dark patterns, which are being very commonly used by e-commerce entities. They are an example of how unfair trade practices, misleading advertisements, and consumer rights can get jeopardized in the absence of a responsible AI. We also see regularly, particularly the young crowd here, how we, through the fake advertisements or say the fake reviews or paid reviews, we get enticed to make our decisions for making, say, decisions from, say, for the food, for apparel, for cosmetics, for other wellness medicines, and such other things. So the social media is totally full of all these things, and therefore the chances of cybercrime is growing up. And I think what Professor Moona has just described, it is something which all of us are going to face, and therefore there has to be a responsible AI use, and it has to be very, very importantly embedded in the legal framework. How to punish, how to prevent, how to make sure that consumers are aware, and how to make sure that they are educated. There are enough layers to prevent consumers from getting duped by voice emulation, by studying you, just by trying to use counterfeit say methods. So it becomes very, very important as consumers, and therefore the Ministry of Consumer Affairs is extremely sensitive to the need for putting a fair, unbiased legal framework that can protect consumer rights in our country. India, therefore, actively participates in global standardization efforts through ISO and IEC, ensuring that our perspectives are included in the international frameworks that will govern AI. The presence of global experts here today is a really unique opportunity for India to share its experience and also to learn from others. International cooperation is vital if we are going to create AI systems that are interoperable, trustworthy, and adaptable to different contexts. Today we are working towards cross-border online dispute resolution in cases of any commercial activity. And therefore, it has to be something which every member country can rely on. So these, as we talk, I think we have to understand it's very, very important, need to safeguard citizens across different countries. And therefore, this becomes very, very important. As we move forward, let us remember that technology alone cannot guarantee progress. What matters now is how we design, deploy, and govern it. India's vision for AI is rooted in human-centric development. AI that augments human potential rather than it replaces it. AI that uplifts communities rather than divides them. AI that supports sustainability rather than undermines it. And we've seen it in many ways where, these days celebrities are approaching different courts to protect their, say, what is called personal rights, their photographs, their features, their voice, the way they have, acted, or their songs and such other things. Books, authors, how people are now bringing conflicts to different courts, and they are, who did it first, nobody knows, who has plagiarized, who was the original author. All these needs to be protected, and therefore to create a responsible inclusive AI ecosystem, one that supports sustainable progress, economic resilience, and a better future for all, I urge all stakeholders present here to focus on 3 priorities. The first is collaborative standards development. Let us all collaborate towards globally harmonized standards that contribute to the world's trust on AI. Second, responsible innovation. Let us build AI solutions that are explainable, that are accountable, and which are respectful of human dignity. And the third is inclusive capacity building. Let us not just train the developers, but also users, regulators, citizens to engage with AI confidently and with the promise, with the assurance of safety. So with this, I congratulate BIS for organizing this very, very important workshop, and I really look forward to fruitful deliberations ahead. I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful inaugural address. The citizen-centric AI policy framed by Government of India will surely inspire meaningful discussions today and guide the deliberations of these workshops, particularly in the responsible AI and the associated framework. Now I invite Srimati Nishat Haq, DDG Laboratories, BIS, for presenting a memento to our guests on dais. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I'll request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph. I'll also request Chandan sir to please join for the group photograph. I'll request Jitendra sir also to join for the group photograph. Jitendra sir is the head of electronics and IT department of Bureau of Indian Standards. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. On behalf of BIS and all participants present here, today we sincerely thank our dignitaries for their inspirational words and support in this important initiative. We request the audience to kindly join me in giving them a warm round of applause. Now we'll begin with our technical sessions. So, session one, to kick off our day, we delve into session one, that is on AI governance, policy, and standards. This session focuses on AI governance, policy, and standards, exploring how we can ensure transparency, ethics, and accountability while fostering innovation. It will also reflect on India's role in shaping global conversations on trustworthy and inclusive AI. The session will be in the form of various speakers sharing their insights through presentations, followed by questions and answers. Before we begin with the session one, uh, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to uh, tell you that Professor V. Kamakoti, Director IIT Madras, has joined us virtually, and he is going to address us over the VC. Professor Kamakoti is a distinguished leader in India's AI and digital ecosystem. Under his guidance, IIT Madras has become a hub of innovation, driving advancements in AI, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. So I'll request Kamakoti sir to kindly confirm that we are audible as well as he is able to see us.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
So, can you just share my presentation? One second. So I'm just sharing. Please allow me to share.
Sir, you may kindly share the presentation.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I apologize that I could not be in person due to heavy commitments at Chennai. So I take this opportunity to actually congratulate BIS for organizing this wonderful meeting. Very importantly, when AI is growing, and we are seeing the two sides of the sword, a very nice part which is actually yielding to a lot of benefits for the human. But on the other side, we are also seeing certain harmful implications or certain harmful activities that could basically be kindled by AI. And this is actually the time where we arrive at certain standards, where we basically try to get all the good things out and also weed out all the bad things. And this is where we stand. So, so we now take, so first and foremost, defining AI itself is a very difficult task. There is this Larry Tesla's theorem, which says that AI is whatever has not been done yet. So we come to some stage when the Blue Gene bet Kasparov, we said that was AI. But when we look at today, that is not really the AI that we are talking of today. So we may moved gradually from a rule-based system to a data-driven system, and today we are looking at completely different classes of systems. supervised, unsupervised learning, deep learning, and so many things have come up. So always, whatever we finish off saying this is AI, essentially extends AI and extends the definition of AI. So defining AI itself is a very Herculean task. While defining a particular field is extremely important for us to get very proper, precise standards, AI poses that fundamental difficulty when we want to arrive at standards, which is extremely important today from a legislation and regulation and usage perspective. Now, there are 50 plus definitions of AI. You can look at, I also given a reference here, and this is released in 2023. And one of the important things that we have to look at as a country, large country, from a Bharat perspective, from Indian perspective, is to also look at sustainability of this AI. I'll give some pointers as we proceed. So just to sum up of what I've told, we are looking at, there is not a single authoritative AI taxonomy definition. Every hardware, from a hardware perspective, AI has certain definitions. From a usage perspective, it has certain definition. From a theoretical machine learning perspective, it has a different definitions, and this goes on. So today we are having issues that are, form under the explainable AI, the robotics AI, and we should also include something called sustainable AI. And we will just look at these definitions and see where a lot of work need to be done by the academia, industry, regulators, and the government to come out with some certain concrete ways by which we can use the AI fruitfully and effectively. Today, since AI, the manifestation and ramification of AI is evolving, and these are all pervasive. It has social implication, political implication, economic governance, and even dual use in many cases, in almost all cases. And AI as a technology and AI usage actually need to be trusted, regulated, and legislated. So these three are very important. And we should also take care that AI regulation and legislation must not choke the innovation part. So there is a hairline stuff that is there. And this implies that AI needs to be governed and AI needs to be responsible and explained. And we should also now add, because in a large country like Bharat, we have 140 crore plus people, we have to also look at the sustainability part of AI. So this essentially is the reason why we need to define, and whatever definitions are there, we need to put all these things together, and evolving standards for governance, legislation, governance, and and usage is going to be extremely crucial here. So where is AI? So the usual deliberations when it comes to AI: is it robust? Did anyone tamper with it? Is it fair? There are sections of people who are using it. Is it fair to all? Is it fair to all concepts? Is it fair all to different type of usage? And is it fair to all the different sections of the society? So many things. Is it explainable? It makes certain decision. Can we get an explainable out of it? Explainability out of it? And is it accountable also? So we have to look at the lineage, the origin of the data, how it came, etc. So these four questions must be part of any standard that we are evolving here, and that is going to be an extremely complex thing because of some reasons which I will very quickly come out. And most importantly, this is the science. This is a recent paper, 2023 paper, about a couple of years, which actually talks about explainable AI, where AI makes a decision and we need to find out why it made a decision. And there we have looked at fairness, responsibility, transparency, interactivity, interpretability, explainability, robustness, and many things here. And all these things make the AI a trustworthy system. But most importantly, sustainability is missed in this. And so that is some point that we need to basically take very much care. And of late, when we look at the power consumption, energy consumption, etc., it is becoming extremely complex here. So let me just quickly look at what is responsible AI, because today responsibility is something which is going to be crucial, and any standard, any sort of regulation, any sort of usage pattern that we are seeing, we need all models to be responsible for all their actions. And we start looking at responsibility, we see a lot of things that's designed. This is a very complex chart And we need to look at each one of these factors from an ethics perspective, from a transparency perspective, from a regulation control perspective, from a design perspective, responsibility perspective, and socio-economic impact perspective. And somewhere here, we actually see the sustainability being in place, right? So why are we looking at sustainable AI? If you just look, I'll just give one data point. For example, globally there are more than 10,000 data centers in the world, massive data centers, and they account already for 1 to 2% of the electricity. Just to do this minute activity of AI, it's going to impact certain parts. And in Ireland, there are statistics that we have got. Data centers account for 18% of the country's usage. And so the current and expected electricity usage of data centers as a percentage of total electricity usage of the country is increasing, and is it sustainable? And with the advent of AI, this is going to become quite. And if you look at Ireland example, that 18% is expected to increase to 31% by 2028, and that means almost doubling. And this is something very unsustainable. And so we have to start looking at sustainable AI, and that must be part of any standard in any country which is as large as Bharat. And we have certainly we have to look at the energy resources in a very careful fashion. And this is where, so if you look at sustainable AI, see the megawatt hours per million USD, the middle one that we are seeing. So how much energy is used per $1 million earned? If you see that there is one bang for buck. How much water we use, that's a splash zone that we are seeing. And who uses the most electricity. So we have electricity and of course related energy usage, and also water usage for the entire cooling mechanism. And these are all very important part. This is the biggest, probably the dirty secret. And this is where you use so much of natural resources, so sustainability becomes extremely important, and we have to start looking at from day one. And we are looking at, so this is how much energy does AI use. These are some experiments, and this published in Nature. Today we see that, there is significant amount. So what you see on the left-hand side is image generation, text generation, image captioning, question answering, automatic speech recognition, summarization. You're seeing all those activities today in many of your Gen AI tools, and each of them are using certainly significant amount of power. Some things that even uses 1,000 watt hour, a battery with this much energy could run a laptop for 20 hours, is basically used for some sort of image generation, etc. So this is going to be a very, very important concept when we are looking at the AI evolution and subsequently the standards. Since we are talking to them on a BIS event, I think I have to building the standards in a very detailed fashion here. And today, so let us look at two parts now. Green by AI. So AI is helping in actually energy efficiency, smart mobility, sustainable agriculture, climate change, and all those things that you see on the left-hand side. But we have to also, for actually predicting how to model a grid to make it efficient in terms of energy, it should not consume a lot of energy. And so there is a green by AI, where green AI helps in green revolution, while there is a green in AI, where green is basically the AI itself should be consuming less energy. So the AI should practice more about energy conservation before preaching about sustainability and other things. So this is a very interesting paper in Neuro that had appeared in the very recent time, 2024. So the thing that we are looking for is how can we integrate green by AI and green in AI across this. So there is a generative AI infrastructure stack. We must start looking at the different layers inside this, and where each. So this is a very big work in progress in the generative AI stack of trying to reduce this power consumption, and that happens through algorithmic optimization, hardware optimization, data center optimization, and reducing the pragmatic scaling factors, which are, because today there are 1 million users, tomorrow there are 10 million users. So how do we scale this? So on the generative AI infrastructure, there's a lot of effort going on. And in the agentic AI also, there are several layers. There are 7 layers in the agentic AI, and there are also many optimizations from these point of things are going on. So very importantly, we need to have an auditing framework of both these generative AI infrastructure and also this agentic AI, where we check for oversight, which is meeting some overall objectives. We look for foresight, and we also look for insight into systems, and also compliance and performance. The foresight more is about prediction from today. Insight is about seeing the current working of the different components, compliance to certain standards and norms and regulations, and also performance, is it accurate enough. Now, the last bit, last 3-4 minutes, I'll finish this. One of the things is, we need to, how do you judge AI? It should not matter if it is black or white or anything. But when we talk about XAI, RAI, governance, legislation, are we judging AI? So blackness is not always an essential feature of an advanced AI usage, unless it is deliberately designed, built, and so blackness, everything is opaque, like you don't even know what is happening inside. And blackness doesn't is not always saying that this is going to be, nothing is known, so the whole AI is bad. At the same time, white also doesn't say that it is perfect and optimal. So we have to basically talk about what should be explainable, what should not be, what cannot be explainable, and then we have to look at many parameters. And we have to look for these type of systems, we have to evolve procedures and standards for auditing its usage, auditing the model, whether it is clear, correct, etc., auditing the data, whether the data fed is correct, it is biased, etc., auditing the algorithm for biasness and other things, and the infrastructure that runs the algorithm, does it meet certain standards, and all these things need to be explained, it should be sustained, and it must be ethical, and so hence we get this responsible AI. So this is the biggest challenge about AI as a standard today. So these are all the questions. I'll just spend few minutes and say, will AI usage cause harm? Will AI usage be fair? Will AI usage violate certain fundamental federal sovereignty principles, etc.? Will AI usage be authoritative? Will AI usage be sanctimonious? Right? So these are very interesting things. So there is an intended usage of AI, and there is also a harm caused by the intended usage of AI. So let us say the V model indicates low intention but lot of harm. The I model says that, the K model says username K who intends to use the model named V to cook something in compliance with the regulation. V is an AI model named V, which is not a black box, it's modeled to give a recipe. So there is an intended usage, there's a harm caused by the intended usage of AI. And we see this graph, and we always would like to have the K, which is more, that's a good intention for using, and it causes loss harm. So what if K decides to penalize the usage of V because it because V is not intending to make anything, but is just giving prescription. K is actually intending to make something, and so for us to give a prescription was more harmful rather than actually using AI to do some work. So this is a very interesting example. So this is one part. The next part is a lighter take is, there is an intended usage of AI and harm created, but resolved to be wrong. Or so if I have an intention is clear, then I'm able to find out whether it is harmful or not. But if it is unintended, and then so it is very difficult to find out whether it is harmful or not. And many activities in AI are unintended. So unintended, so intention, harmfulness, and the resolution, whether it is illegal or legal, this is a very, very tricky game that we need to basically out. And today we have very important thing. So if I want statistical accuracy, the model becomes much complex and become less explainable. The model needs more data. So if I want more accuracy, I have to compromise on privacy. For example, if I'm submitting more and more data about me to some of these search engines, they are going to give me more and more relevant results that are needed for me. So privacy versus statistical accuracy is an important thing. And this statistical accuracy it has an implication on the discrimination, because if more data is available, the discrimination can be less, but more data of one class is available, then the data will be biased against another class. So these are all very important trade-offs. And when we arrive at the standards, we say this is a standard certified AI algorithm for usage, say in some sector, we have to look at these parameters. So it's a very interesting graph where as you increase your accuracy, your privacy actually comes down in the sense that you need to give more and more data. And that we see here. And our intention is to balance this out. So if you see on the right-hand side in the graph, C and D seems to be more balanced, where you get more accuracy and with more degree of privacy rather than A and B. So this is also the same, that as your accuracy increases, your privacy is going down, and so we have to arrive at a balance there, and the standard has to define both and arrive at that balance. And so we have seen this over a period of time. When we looked at 1949, which are decision trees, your interpretability is very high, but your accuracy is very low. Even when you come as early as late as even 1995, where we started beating in chess and other things, your accuracy is becoming high, but your interpretability is decreasing. And today, when we look at deep learning and whatever we are seeing, right, we are seeing that the interpretability is very less, but the accuracy is high. So this is something is a very important thing that we need to keep in mind. So there is always inherent bias in any AI model. Why? There is always a trade-off between privacy, accuracy, and interpretability. Why? AI model has to be explainable and must be responsible. How? Need to ensure this even in case of proprietary AI models. Also, because this is proprietary AI models doesn't give you some much data outside. So all these questions are very important when we evolve standards for this. And we should also start answering these type of questions when we evolve at standards. Should models and algorithms need to be seen? View of them being a black, white, or gray. Should human comprehension and legal compliance matter? Should usage and empirical study matter? Should AI incidence reporting matter? So these are all some things that we need to start looking at. There are certain things. For example, there was a compass. This was published in Code is Law and Springer, where actually there is this recidivism, which is based on this decile score, where it actually started being biased towards some class of people. When a judge actually wants to find out whether they can release a person based on whether the person can be an offender later or not. If the judge feels that leaving him out will make him do more offense very quickly, they don't leave them out. And this was actually basically modeled, and there was an AI system, and that AI system was biased towards one class. So this is all some very important examples of why and how opacity actually matters in this case. So epistemic AI is becoming very important. Epistemic AI actually starts talking about the reason about the limits of its own knowledge, particularly regarding real world uncertainties. So this is also extremely important here, and also ontological AI, because this basically uses ontology, like it's a structured framework of concepts, their attributes and relationships, and to represent knowledge in a machine. So from an Indian perspective, what we see here is we have a lot of societal diversity, we have linguistic complexities and abundance, and spanning digital literacy and so many things. So always we say that if you solve a problem for India, you solve the problem for the whole world. The strength of Bharat is this unity in the diversity that we have. And so we are now proposing a lot of things that are domain-specific large language models, because each domain has its own DNA, etc. So this is very, very important. So AI usage specifically to Bharat, because of its diversity, where we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach, is compels and necessitates the innovation, and that's what we are going on. And in this part, it is obvious that we need to get a framework that will capture all these innovations and put them under a regulatory framework and a standards framework. So I just finished my talk with this particular slide. Bharat needs innovative AI models to be understood in terms of epistemic and legal opacity under an ontological approach. AI usage reasoning based on evidence and formalized process of evidence-based reasoning in AI usage are very, very important. And incident reporting helps in contextual classification of AI usage. And all these things, when put under the very diverse framework and complex cases that as a country we have with a vast volume of data and a very high data velocity where we get more and more data at all times that we have, AI usage in Bharatam will be something that will be a standard for the entire world. I thank BIS for giving me this opportunity to make this keynote. I would have loved to be there and interact with all of you. But friends, we are in this cusp where we need standards and we need to drive and I'm sure India with this diversity will make a great AI standard which can be deployable across the world, which will make the responsible use of AI and also sustainable use of AI. It will give a lot more stuff. So this is where I wind up. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and let us all work together in this very beautiful evolving field. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti, for your kind words. Indeed, there is nothing as pure and elevating as true knowledge. Your vision of innovation-led, inclusive and responsible AI for Bharat resonates strongly with the theme of today's workshop. Sir, thank you once again for sparing your time with us out of your busy schedule. To begin with the proceedings of this session 1, may I now invite Srimati Reena Garg, DDG Standardization BIS, Shri Ankit Bose, Head NESCOM AI, Mr. George Swinas, IEC SMB Member Australia, on the dais. May I request the audience to welcome them with a big round of applause. Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist G, Group Coordinator and COO, India AI Mission, is going to join us shortly. Now I invite Srimati Reena Garg, DDG Standardization BIS, to deliver her presentation on AI standardization at BIS. She will highlight India's journey in AI standardization, current initiatives, and BIS role in global platforms such as ISO, IEC, JTC1, SC42.
Thank you, Devansh. So here again I am there in front of you. So I'll just walk through towards the efforts being carried out by BIS for standardization at national level and at international level in the field of AI. So how do we carry out this activity and who all are involved and what is the vision and what is it we want to do further. So can you put up my presentation, please? So as you all know that BIS brings out national standards as a national standard body, like we have been entrusted with this mandate to bring out Indian standards in almost all fields of all disciplines of engineering, including electronics and IT. So electronics and IT department in BIS carries out these activities with the help of various stakeholders within the country. So next slide, please. Next. So standardization, what are the aims of standardization in the field of AI? So firstly, as Professor Kamakoti also has identified the need of bringing out the taxonomy, the vocabulary, the terminology standards. So we have to have some standards for common concept and terminology so that all of us are on the same platform when we are talking of some particular concept. Then we have, the aim is to enable meaningful and intelligent insights from the large amount of data we have at our disposal. Because data data without meaningful, we have to make meaningful use of the data. So that is the aim of the standards, like how to facilitate this particular task. And again, the data quality. Whatever data we are using, the quality of the data has to be up to the mark to make most out of it. So the standard also serves the purpose of defining the characteristics of the data quality. And again, to tackle governance issues, as you have listened from the various speakers, like they've all highlighted, this is the most challenging part, the governance by the government, and also the managing the infrastructure within the organization, within various organizations. So we expect that standardization will be able to help in all these, to tackle all these issues. And last but not the least is to facilitate responsible use of AI, addressing security, privacy, ethical, and societal aspects and concerns. So these are basically why we are doing standardization in the field of AI. I think it doesn't work. So can you bring out the next slide? So we have various national policies first at national level, leading us to, directing us, what sort of standardization should be there. We have the national strategy for artificial intelligence, various papers published by Niti Aayog, defining principles of responsible AI, operationalizing principles for responsible AI, and then India AI mission, which has 7 pillars, including the most important one being safe and trusted AI pillar, which has to be addressed through standards. And there is an advisory group at high level which is working on AI for India-specific regulatory AI framework. So the standards being developed by BIS, they provide general directions for achieving objectives mentioned in these policy documents. So as you all know by now, we have been, in the morning also, we have reiterated that at international level, the standards are being done by a committee, an international committee, which is a joint technical, which is a subcommittee 42 of a joint technical committee of ISO and IEC. This is SE42, International Artificial Intelligence Technical Committee, and at national level, it is being done by BIS Technical Committee, which is LITD 30, Artificial Intelligence, and this committee is also the National Mirror Committee of the International Committee JTC1 SE42. So what do we mean by the National Mirror Committee? So the participation in the international standardization work happens through this national committee. The consensus for all the activities which are being carried out at international level is decided by the members present in this particular LITD 30 committee at the national level. So so AI standards at national level, SE42 was established in 2018. The first meeting of this committee was in April 2018. So there are 93 members 93 countries who are representing on this committee: India, US, Japan, Germany, Russia, and many more. And India is a very active participating member here, represented by Bureau of Indian Standards. And we have been contributing since inception, when this committee was constituted in 2018. And Indian experts are contributing, as I told, through the National Mirror Committee, LITD 30. And this particular committee has so far brought out 45 international standards, and 39 are published, the 45 are under development and 39 standards have been published. And the National Committee, LITD 30, the first meeting took place just prior to the first meeting of SE42 in March 2018. So we decided how to go about in this very first meeting of SE42, what should be the national consensus, what should be the national delegation. So this meeting took place in March 2018, And there are around 40 member organizations represented from the country represented on this committee. And this committee has lots of working groups, panels, as per the needs of the various areas to be tackled with. So some of the prominent ones have been listed. It is not a comprehensive list. So IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, all the premium technical institutes in the country, and the industry, TCS, ABB, Samsung, Intel, the associations, NASCOM, CII, MATE, and startups like Business Bureau, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and various other institutes also. So we try to have a balance of all the stakeholders within our committee, so to decide the proceedings of the committees. So we have published 27 Indian standards, and 10 standards are under development. So you must be these are the topics of the key topics of the standardization being addressed by these committees. So the foundational standard in sync with the aim of the standardization, which I brought out earlier in the first slide. So the foundational standards, the data standards relating to data quality and data analytics and trustworthiness of AI system, including governance, then societal concerns and ethics, use cases and applications, computational method and algorithm, testing of AI-based system, and sustainability-related standards. So for each of this group, we have various panels, then further divided into working groups, small groups. The experts are working in all those different, the panels, working groups, and subgroups, etc. So just to give you an idea, what sort of foundational standards we are working on. So the very first one is the AI concepts and terminology. There is a definition of AI given in this IS/ISO/IEC 22989. This is the standard number. So IS/ means we have adopted the international standard as the Indian standard. And ISO/IEC is the standard published by the International Committee IC42. So why we have adopted this? Because we have participated in the development of this standard at the international level when it was being written by our experts, Indian experts, who are the member of LITD 30. So we had participated, and we had been able to incorporate our concerns while the standard was being written. So we have directly adopted these ISO/IEC standards. So as far as foundational standards are concerned, concepts and terminology, then framework for AI systems using machine learning, AI management system standards. So this is really picking up very well nowadays. So just to define the system of an organization, so you have to implement this 42001. Then AI system, impact assessment, and requirements for the bodies who are providing audit and certification of AI management system. So these are the basic foundational standards. And relating to data, we have process management framework for big data analytics, IS/ISO/IEC 24668. You will see this Indian flag symbol here. So this means that at the international level, this standard, the project lead was by India. India, initiated the development of this standard, and I can see the project leader right in front of me, Dr. Gautam Banerjee, and he also has put up in the exhibition, the whole concept of this standard. So I will request all of you to visit the exhibition. You'll be able to understand this standard. And then data quality for analytics and machine learning, and de-identification of training data. So when we have, this is a big challenge, in the world of privacy and security, and how to de-identify the data. So this proposal has also been initiated by Indian experts. It is at a working draft level at international level. So one of the very important standard to be addressed, and guidance of the output data quality of generative AI applications. So this was also this has also been, this is in process, the development of these standards, and with the lead by the Indian project editors and project leaders. So next is the trustworthiness of AI systems. So just want to give you an idea what kind of standards are presently there and what kind of standards are being developed. So AI risk management framework, AI trustworthiness overview, overview of formal methods of robustness of neural network, overview of bias in AI systems. So this very well describes various types of biases which we have to know, which we have to address, and governance implication of the use of AI by organization. And then there is a square, which is the software quality assurance requirement, the quality model for AI system. There is a square series of standard for a software system. They have already been existing for a very long time, but this is specific to the AI system. The software quality requirement specific to AI system. Then how to benchmark the system, AI system quality characteristics. So this project is also being led by a professor from IIT Kanpur at international level. And reliability of AI system, this we recently took up when we hosted our last meeting at New Delhi, the last JTC1 SC42 meeting in April, which Secretary Madam was mentioning about, and so that time we had proposed this topic, and it is at international level, our experts are working on bringing out this standard. So then there are use cases and application and computational methods, algorithm standards. So this is a compilation of various use cases. The first one, TR 24030. Then guidance of AI application. This was the first published standard which was led by Indian expert, like Professor, I would like to acknowledge Shrikant Bhatt from ABB had led the formulation of this standard from India. And AI system lifecycle processes. Then for the computational methods and algorithms also, we have various series of standard giving you an overview of state-of-art computational approaches in AI system, assessment of classification performance for machine learning models, and then guidance on lightweight AI system. This is very important because of the AI, they're capturing so much of memory and all those kinds of things. So we have to have some lightweight AI systems. So this is a very important standard in the context of sustainability. So hybrid AI interference framework for AI systems. Then as far as testing of AI-based system is concerned, so there are testing standards in this domain, IS 42119 series of standards, and maybe some of you would have heard of these numbers, and you may be aware of these standards because 29119 series of standard is a very established series for testing of softwares, but 42119 is an extension of this series relating to AI systems. And then verification and validation analysis of AI system. So this is also being led by Indian experts. So the current status of the standard is, it is in an advanced stage of development at international level, and environmental sustainability aspect of AI system, the very important technical report which has been published by IEC. So these are just the, I would just like to acknowledge the names of all these people who have contributed to the various standards at international level. So ISO IEC 5339, this was the first standard which was brought out by SC42, which originated with Indian project editor. Guidance for AI application. It is the first standard which any AI developer should consider in developing AI application. This is a very comprehensive standard. I would urge all of you to go through this. And this is whether you know about the technological part of AI, the developing part of AI or not. So this is a standard which everyone should be able to understand. If you want to deploy some AI applications in your organization, so this is a very helpful standard. So the second one is again the process management framework of data analytics. It is the first assessment system. Maybe you can know more about this in the exhibition which is running. Gautam Banerjee is there to explain you on for this standard. And then the artificial intelligence management system, 42001. So I want to acknowledge the contribution by all these people for our national and international standardization endeavor. So Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya till so far has been the chair of this committee from IIT Bombay, and from 2018 onwards, I'm happy to share that the chair responsibility has now been taken by Kavita Bhatia ji, who's there with us. So I'm sure, under her guidance, the committee will be able to bring out and implement the standards the work which it is doing. So these are the Indian experts who are leading at international level, the work which is being done at international level, the India's perspective. So standards are basically the tool for deployment of safe, secure, trustworthy, and responsible AI solutions, and all stakeholders should collaborate to the development of standards. So this was just a very, very bird's eye view of what AI standards are all about, but all the stakeholders are welcome to contribute through our national committee, LITD 30. They should come and get in touch with LITD, the Electronics and IT department, to contribute and to participate in the standardization effort. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing BIS's effort in ensuring India's proactive contribution to global AI standardization. Our next speaker is Mr. Ankit Bose, head of NESCOM AI, who will bring out the industry perspective on policy and standardization. Sir, you may present from the left side of the podium as well, because a laptop is there, dedicated laptop, so it would be easier for you to present.
Hello. Thank you. I think Madam took a 101 standardization sort of session for us. Thank you for that run through. So now let's see, I think from an industry perspective, why standards are very important, right? Let me start with this slide. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let me start with this slide, right? Again, it's correct. Yeah. Okay. So the AI governance landscape has two perspectives: a macro perspective and a micro perspective, right? The macro perspective basically is how national standards, regulations, frameworks are built. Now that's built at a very overarching level. But again, micro perspective is how they are getting implemented by enterprises, startup, right? How they are optionalized, right? Again, a lot of different standards exist, or different frameworks exist rather, right? The lacuna, what happens is when any enterprise or industry startup, they want to implement, they really need hand holding to the level how they can execute, right? I think that's how it is. So for the startup sitting in Bangalore or Mumbai, the question isn't that what are the principles set by OECD, right, or ISO, but how they can integrate that in their current workflows, right? How that can have more fairness, how that can be more explainable, how they can really monitor the workflow as it is in production. I think that's a major question, right? I think that's the first point I would want to start with. Let me move to the next point. Right? Again, again, this chart is a very busy chart, right? But again, this gives us a fair view from 15 till now what has happened in the whole governance landscape, right? Again, the current landscape, the current standpoint of governance is not coming in the thin air. They were probably 4 stages. How I see it, the principal stage where the ethical tone, the guidelines, the principles were set, right? That's between 2015 to 18. 19 to 21, I think it was sort of middle stage where installation was happening, right? Again, OECD principles were formulated. GPI was sort of formulated. EU AI Act was getting contemplated, right? Again, as we move to next stage, that is the current stage, or probably 22 to 23, when the Chat GPT burst happened, right? Again, here the regulators, the global frameworks were really tested in reality, right? And the current phase where we see the global convergence is happening, right? Again, this gives you a view how the whole governance space has evoluted from 2015 till now. Now let's see, I think, where it is at currently, right? This slide gives you a view of various. Again, it's a very busy slide, but again, it gives you a clear map where it exists. The x-axis is the governance, the focus principles, 6 principles, right? Which all of us definitely would agree. The y-axis is basically the layers of instruments, right? Again, governance instruments, right? If you see, I think here the middle of the slide is very busy here, right? So if you see, there are 34 or 33 government commissioned reports, technical reports which are there. Best practices around tools and guidance from non-actor is around 34. I think this gives you a overall view how the whole governance, AI governance piece exists across the globe, right? Let's derive some extract from this. If you go to the next slide, if you see this one here, the transparency and explainability and interpretability, we have major work happened, right? Again, the industry standards predominantly currently are lying at transparency and interpretability, right? If we go next, right, here, if you see the accountability standards are mostly clustered, international standards are mostly clustered around accountability. And this is a major thing, right? Again, safety and security are talked about a lot by legislation, but fewer concentrate on industrial and international standards. I think that's a message I would want you to take from this, right? But there's a clear gap here, right? Again, there are hardly industry standards and international standards available on that. If we go next, if I view it, the whole regulation, in short, is faster than standardization, right? Again, if you think through, there's innovation which happens, innovation gets standardized, policymaker gets, formulation of policy and regulation after that, right? But in this case, regulation is a bit faster than standardization. That's what is happening, right? Again, same point, right? Global startup or enterprise, have so many lanes where they have to run, right? If a startup or enterprise is running, sort of an, operations in India versus EU versus US versus Japan, I think they have to definitely focus on a lot of areas. That's how, the industry sees it, right? Now let's see, I think if at all, we have, and the solution, I think we all know, right? We need global standards which are accepted by all of different countries, cross borders, all of that. Again, if we do that, I think again these are 6 things basically will be benefited, right? Problem, as I said, is fragmentation. Solution, as I said, is standardization. Right? The first one is let's start from 6th, right? The 6th one I would want to think through, and you would want to think, is it would promote innovation, right? The 5th one is basically there will be a very open data sharing cross-border, okay? And there will be less differences between different legal systems. The 4th one will be there will be more AI research, which will ensure easy access to markets, right? The 3rd is there will be a baseline framework where, which will help overall ecosystem. The 2nd one will be there will be more trust, which will ensure more safety and risk management. And the first one, I think, which will help us implement, right, uniform responsible AI practices across different sectors, different countries. I think that's the biggest, sort of thing what we'll get out of standardization, right? Let's move gears, and I think what is it for India, right? And how India should see it. So this slide, again, I think the format is a little bit here and there, but again, I think I will say there are 5 things what India will get when it is on a drive of AI leadership, right? And it will catalyze Viksit Bharat 2047, which is definitely what India is on track, right? The first one is the compliance, right? From compliance, it will become growth multiplier, right? Here, the startups and the MNCs will have more predictable frameworks and basically will have better, commitment to RAI, right? Second, it will definitely enable global markets, right? Global markets will be more interoperable, right? There will be more access for Indian companies, startups, and enterprise in global market, and same goes for global companies in India, right? So probably if we are leading this way of standardization, India will be the first partner of choice, right? Driving responsible innovation, again, I think it is embedded in at least Indian culture that we are more responsible at multiple different things, right? So this will basically give that lead in this whole domain. India will be forefront of whole standard, and will be the standard setters than standard takers, right? And then definitely the strategic outcome is it will basically accelerate the innovation responsibly. I think these are the 5 things what India will get when it is on a forefront of standardization, right, and AI leadership, right? Again, as India, again, this 4 key pillars will happen for the Indians at large. And again, AI policy will catalyze Viksit Bharat, right? We discussed about. It will empower people, right? Again, how there will be AI skill programs which will make future workforce ready. It will democratize AI access and tools to startup, MSMEs, right, entrepreneurs. It will basically have equitable, governance and subscription of that AI to those marginalized communities and will benefit them, right? Again, the third piece is economic success. It will drive economic success in country, right? Again, new industries will get the boost, right, of AI, basically AI made in India for the world, right? And the fourth one is basically the building resilience and sustainability, right? Again, here we will build AI which is more sustainable. I think we all loved what Professor Kamaguti took us through, right? We are on a race of AI, but again, AI has to be sustainable. I think that's what the India at large will benefit. Let's see, I think, what are the challenges. Again, there are 8 challenges. Let's go briefly one by one, right? The biggest challenge is there's a big disconnect between the existing standards and the current, ethical principles which are getting incorporated. There's a lack of implementation, right? Again, implementation, and the commitment is lacking, which is there. The third is a slow pace of standard which is getting set. The fourth is existing standards are very concentrated. Again, they are dominated by few countries, and global south should have a place there. I think these are the 4, and the next 4 is this, right? So again, uncertainty is the biggest cause of hindrance in adoption. I think that's one big challenge. The technical nature of SDO, I think, has to be tackled because the current AI, innovation is very complex and it's running very fast paced, right? And the 7th one is the objective of standardization are not clear. It's still ambiguous, right? At large, I think standard and journal and prescriptive standards are, not very clearly defined, right? Again, global cooperation is becoming difficult here. I think these are the 8 challenges what we see from standpoint of industry. What is slowing the standardization across globe. I think this is what I wanted to cover, but again, I think this is something my earlier speaker covered briefly. I think these are the existing international standards, and these are certain recent policies which are emerging, right? Like RBI's free AI vision, right? The AI governance policy, the national strategy for AI by NITI. I think this is what basically is happening in India, right? I think with that, I would want to thank you all, and you know, with the last comment, I think if I see AI adoption is a two-pair, right? Two layer. One is individual AI adoption, one is enterprise AI adoption. I think for individual AI adoption, if we have standards, it will be much more trustworthy. It would be much more, proactive, right? It will be much more useful in terms of taking the domain experts to the level what we think, right? 10x productivity. From the enterprise standpoint, I think the standards will really help make it interoperable, right? It will help, the AI to be more explainable, right? Sustainable. I think with that, I will want to pause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for articulating the industry's expectations. Your insights on aligning policy, innovation, and compliance underline the importance of collaborative standardization. We now have Mr. George Finas, SMB member IEC from Australia, who will present on the AI governance approach by IEC.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the Bureau of Indian Standards for this opportunity to highlight the important work that the IEC Standardization Management Board is doing on AI. So I'll just go to the next slide, and a brief overview of what I'll cover today is, I guess, context behind AI, and AI specifically at the IEC, looking at the IEC Standardization Management Board's mandate to look at AI. I'll take you through the guidance on the use of AI for IEC committees, which is a great practical tool for technical experts. So I guess a lot of what I talk about today will be quite practical to those who are involved in standards development and how you can use the existing AI tools today in your committees. I'll also talk about how we at the IEC are collaborating with ISO on AI, and this is incredibly important as AI is something that is looked at internationally, so both stakeholders at ISO and the IEC are looking at using and incorporating AI into standards development. And then I'll take you through the 5 ways to use AI campaign, which we've started in Australia, but we've taken to SMB as well. I guess I don't really need to provide too much context. I think the other panellists today have done that already, but I'm probably willing to bet that 80% of this room, if not more, have either used AI recently to send an email, or if you haven't done that, you've been on the receiving end of an email that was also that went through AI itself. So AI is here to stay, and the good news is that AI can be used in standards development. There are existing tools, and I'll take you through some of the practical tips and how AI can be used even today. Although there are some considerations around things like intellectual property, which we have to consider as well, especially when developing international standards. So in October last year, so we're coming up to 12 months now, the IEC published a guidance on the use of AI for IEC committees, and this is really a really good guidance document. It's not a standard itself, but a guidance document on how IEC contributors can actually use AI in the work of the committees. So just some high-level points. AI tools, and including generative AI, can be used to support creativity and research in standards development, and I think research is one of the big ways we're seeing AI used today, where previously we would start from scratch and start our research from a really low base, where the baseline has now increased with AI, and we can use AI to actually get a head start on some of this research. There is a call out to be cautious with free or non-IEC licensed AI tools. Please do review their terms and conditions and consult your technical officer or secretary if you are unsure. The next slide, or next few slides, will talk about the code of conduct, and we have to be very important. It is very important that we uphold and safeguard the IEC code of conduct as we go about standards development. And sharing your experiences with your fellow committee members, your committee managers, your committee chairs is all very important. That information will go back to the Central Secretariat and the governance groups like the Standardization Management Board will ultimately be better equipped to make decisions on AI when we find out how some of the technical committees are using it as well. So the IEC has a code of conduct, and even though we're using AI tools, we have to protect the IEC's reputation. We have to use AI ethically, respecting cultural and social sensitivities and avoiding harm or misinformation as we do without using AI. It is also very important that when using AI, we still are supporting global benefit and consensus. AI, and I really want to stress this, AI is here to enhance standards development. It does not replace the technical expertise that the countless national committees have. It's not here to replace that technical expertise. It is here to enhance and possibly speed up standards development in many stages. As I said, it should not replace the active participation of technical members. We do ask that you know and comply the IEC's copyright, privacy and standards development guidelines. That's very important as well, and safeguarding IEC data. And I'll pull up very soon a table which shows what you can and can't do with certain AI tools. Just some further considerations to collaborate. I know it's something I've spoken about already, but constantly talking to those you are working with on standards is very important to ensure everyone understands AI tools, their applications and the guidance and how you can use some of these tools in your IEC committees. Obviously it's very important to ensure things like fairness by screening some of the content. I think it goes without saying that when we use tools like generative AI, we do actually check what is being generated. That human screening is still absolutely fundamental to using AI. And another thing that's incredibly important is actually collaborating with ISO. So this is not using AI is not something that is limited and isolated to the IEC. And to that effect, we've been working very closely with ISO's Technical Management Board. In June last year, so over 12 months ago now, we actually established a joint task force on governance of AI to coordinate activities impacting the technical community in this area between the two organisations. And I think this is fitting. We've heard a lot this morning about JTC 1 Subcommittee 42, which develops standards on AI. So AI standards development is inherently a joint process between ISO and IEC. And I think in that respect, it's great to see the technical management boards of both organisations collaborate on AI. And both ISO and IEC will maintain the content of AI usage. They'll gather feedback from IEC and ISO committees for the use of AI for technical activities, and as you can see there, the gathering phase is complete. We are looking to promote and engage further on that work. And also looking for IEC and ISO coordination on AI piloting activities and sharing lessons learned from the different technical committees. So this is just a very simplified and expanded table that is on the guidance document for AI. As you can see, we've got different use cases mapped, and the table's divided into three categories: individual tools, national member tools, so these are tools that your national standards body have authorised you to use, and ISO and IEC licensed tools. So for individual tools that you use yourself, I won't mention any specific brand names, but things like brainstorming and research and drafting emails are permitted. For some of the other categories like recording and transcribing your meeting minutes and notes, refining, correcting and formatting the draft text of a standard, this is still not permitted, and this is due to intellectual property of IEC and ISO standards as well. But for national member tools and ISO and IEC licensed tools, these things can be used, or these things can be done rather. So we are still engaging with ISO and IEC committees. We've published a 5 ways to use AI video, and I'm actually about to put that now. That's a campaign that started in Australia. And in October of this year, after the Technical Management Board meet at the ISO annual meeting in Rwanda, we'll hopefully have an updated version of the guide to share with the technical communities of both ISO and the IEC. So there are 5 ways to use AI today. So the AI is not just a thing of the future. It is something you can use at your technical committees right now. It can be used for inspiration and research, live meeting translations, drafting emails, preparing meeting notes, and reviewing and improving standards. But instead of getting me to talk about it, I might play this video. So I'm hoping this works. Or maybe not. Ah. Oh, sorry, so not able to play it. So I'll just go back to this slide here. These are the 5 ways you can use AI. And I guess in wrapping up and summarising the presentation, I guess there's 3 big takeaways here. Firstly, AI is not here to replace your technical expertise. Your technical expertise is still very much required, and that is not going to be replaced by AI. AI, secondly, is here to actually enhance the standards development experience and actually speed things up. Hopefully we will see standards projects reduced because of using AI. And the third thing is, AI is something that's being used internationally. The technical communities of both ISO and the IEC are using AI. It's great to see the organisations collaborating, and us at SMB, we definitely wish to collaborate further with ISO on using AI in standardisation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Svinas, for your valuable international perspective. Your talk highlights the need for global harmonization to ensure interoperability and trust in AI systems. Our next speaker is Srimati Kavita Bhatia, Scientist G, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and COO of India AI Mission, who will speak on operationalizing India's AI strategy, actionable insights.
Good morning, good afternoon, all of you. It's my pleasure to be here and discuss about very important topic, which is ensuring a sustainable world, which is in the context of AI is very important, and how we make AI, use AI to make the world sustainable is what I'm going to talk about. In fact, previous speakers have talked about the importance of standards and importance how standards can be used in our day-to-day life. But my talk is basically on the operationalization of the India's AI strategy. While standards are very important, there is no two opinion about it, but operationalizing of AI in India is also very important. Basically, I personally feel that India is the world's largest growing economy. Currently, we are on the 4th largest economy. We have started this journey right from the beginning, and we have taken a huge time to reach to 1 trillion economy, which is 63 years because of various reasons. But if you see, in the next few years, we have already reached the 3 trillion economy, and we have set a target for ourselves to become the 3rd largest economy by this decade, which is 2020. And AI will play a very important role in it, because AI will, as it was already spoken by George, that AI is going to enhance productivity, AI is going to make things easy for everyone to use, and also will create new jobs. So we think that India is at a very important position to achieve this target which we have set for ourselves. Why India is uniquely positioned to drive this AI innovation is that because of the various structural and the policy decisions which have been taken and which are very important from the perspective of the operationalization of AI. We have the robust digital public infrastructure like Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN, DigiLocker, and they are generating huge data, which is important for building any AI application. The second is important is that India has the largest pool of STEM. In fact, as per the Stanford Index 2024, we are number 2, which means that we have just few more things to make so that we can become the number 1. Lot of programs have been taken so that we can make AI ready workforce both at the start and in the job duration. The third is we have a very thriving startup ecosystem. In fact, as per the latest report of DPIT, we have around 1.8 lakhs startups, out of which around 6,500 startups are core AI startups. It does not mean that the balance are not working on AI. They are touching AI, but the core AI startups are around 6,500. So, which means that we have a very young, vibrant developer system in place. And last, government is also taking a lot of corrective actions or policy decisions to make democratize the AI resources. Because when we talk about AI, it basically resides on 3 critical pillars: compute, data, and research workforce. So we are very rightly positioned at this moment. As I said, that the key enablers for AI to be success is data. Once we have a data, building on this data will be very easy. This data which we have, because India, as everyone is being saying, is one of the largest or the richest country with respect to data. And once this data is being used for bringing models, these models will be trained on indigenous data, will be aware about the context of what India needs, and hence this models can be then used for citizen-centric applications so that the benefit of AI can be given to citizens. Because if citizens are not benefited, then there is no point of having AI, because ultimately the end user should be benefited. And they all reside on the core important pillar, which is compute, talent, and patient capital. So with this whole background, we started our journey way back in 2017. In fact, we created 4 working groups. One of the working group was on data. The second working group on what kind of applications need to be made on AI. The third was regarding whether we require platform, what are the gaps and how to fill those gaps. And fourth was how we can mitigate the risk which the AI will bring. In fact, I would be very happy to say the fourth group was chaired by Professor Mona, who is sitting here. If you remember, sir, 2017 we worked on it. After which India came up with a strategy, National AI Strategy. And in order to implement that strategy, it was very important to have some kind of a fast track mission so that we can immediately work on that. So with this whole background in the what India has done, in 2024 the India launched its AI mission, which was huge budget. As per other countries it may not be, but for our country it is a very big budget, 10,372 CR, and it was main focus is to democratize access to the infrastructure resources so that we are able to make AI for all. And in fact, in AI for India and AI for the world also is one of the mandate of the AI mission. So it had a very critical and a very important vision, was to democratize AI infrastructure, to create compute, which was currently till that time residing with the few global north countries. We wanted to make it so accessible that even the global south, and for that matter, Indian startups and researchers can get easy access to the compute. Then was to build the indigenized AI models so that we can have applications which does not bring any biases, because it will understand what India is. Currently, the models which we are using or the end user is using has certain biases with respect to when India is being talked about, because the main problem underlining is that they are not being trained on Indian data. And we understood that this cannot be done independently by government. It requires a public-private partnership. So we started with the vision that anything and everything we do will be collaborating with the public-private so that we can build the power of, I mean, we can have the power of government, but with the knowledge of the industry which is currently working on it. And we also decided that while AI has kind of a misnomer that it is here to take away jobs, but we will also, we're very critical about it that at one hand, some jobs may be redundant because AI can do it very easily, but at the other hand, some new jobs will be created which we need to train our manforce so that we can still retain our edge of having the second largest workforce in the world. And then while all this is being said, we need to have an innovation. Otherwise, there will not be a way for India to show its power. So innovation is very important. And for innovation, we were very clear that we will be supporting startups, researchers, so that we can bring innovation. And ultimately, our end result was to drive inclusive growth. We want everyone to be a part of it so that no one in our country is left out with the power of AI. So the AI mission is here to have streamlining the entire ecosystem and building access to the building blocks. It is built on 7 critical pillars. The first pillar is AI compute, the second is foundation. I'll just not stick on this slide, I'll go to the next slide because it is talking about in detail about the other slides. The compute, as I said, that it was only focused with few of the global north, so we decided that we will have our compute so that we can give it easily access to our researchers. So with that background, we created 38,000 plus GPUs which is available. It ranges from low end to the high end, because the high end is what I mean for required for development of models, and low end is for the fine tuning and running of the application. So we have wide range of GPUs available, and in fact the way we brought the whole system is that it is 89% lower than what the global market is. On an average, we are giving 65 rupees per hour per GPU at a subsidy to the researchers. So this was the way that compute is very easily accessible, and currently around 450 plus crores of GPU has been used by the researcher communities. They are building lots of applications and models on top of this compute. Around 143 users are currently using compute, so this platform is extensively being used. It's so simple that people log on to this compute pillar platform, they put up their request with a proposal for what they want to use the GPU, what GPU, how much hours, and accordingly based on the subsidy calculation they can see whether they can be given, and within a week the compute is allocated to them, and once they complete, the compute becomes free so that the other researchers can come and start using it. The second pillar is the AI foundation model, which is also very important. As I said, that India has rich data. Currently, some of the data is digitized, some of the data is not digitized. So as a part of this pillar, we are making available the data sets so that the researchers who were earlier not having the Indian context data sets can easily come and have data. And we will be building the India-specific models. 4 of the models have been already initiated. They have been given compute data, and they are having their own researchers to develop. Servam is building open source 120 billion AI model. Socket is building 120 billion mixture of experts model on a linguistic diversity. Gyani is making 14 billion voice model, because in India we think that voice model will be one of the model through which we can be able to connect to the remotest person in this country, because India has a huge country, has a huge diversity. Not all will be having access to the services on their phones, so they would be requiring services on voice. So this was the reason why we thought that voice model is also very important, and GAN is making 70 billion multilingual foundation model. In few days we'll be announcing more, around 8 to 10 more models which will be working on their data sets, and we will be also supporting with the data sets and the compute, so that we, by the mid of next year, India will have its own foundation model which can be downsized for any application so that the application can be built on top of it. Dataset platform is another which we call as AI Kosh. Kosh is basically a hub. This is not only the dataset, but it also brings the models, the use case libraries, tools, development environment. In fact, whatever the tools, safe and trusted pillar under safe and trusted we are building, it will be over here. And this platform will also give provision to the community to come, build, use model, bring data and do it. We started in March this year. We announced this platform March this year, and currently we have more than 2,000 from 20 sectors, 10 ministries, and in fact private is also contributing to this huge data sets. We have already 220 small models available which can be freely used to make their application, and we have also built on top of these models and data sets, we have built 43 use cases, and we have 13 toolkits with which they can bring the data, curate the data, anonymize the data, and bring the data onto this platform. So this is a platform which is readily available. AI Kosh is the platform. In fact, when we talk about the platform, it is also one thing very important that this will only bringing the non-PII data sets onto this platform, and it is a controlled platform which has a permission-based access, and the data at rest as well as data in the transition will be also controlled, so it will be very secure in fact to use on it. And we have built a robust governance process so that the data can be accessed in a secure manner. Future skill, as I was talking about, that we have a huge STEM pool, but we wanted to create certain courses for them so that the new jobs, when they are created, they can be geared up to take that. We have already created data annotator and data curator course because we personally feel that these are the two new kind of jobs which can be created, and it has been already NC-VET approved, 40 hours course, and we have also made this course available in the domain specific like agriculture, health, manufacturing, so that students who take this course will also know how to adopt this course into the various domain specific. We are also granting fellowship to the UG, PG and PhD students who are working very closely in AI so that we can bring more research into our country, and some of the research can scale up and also contribute to the standards. So this is also one of the part of this pillar. And while we talk about this, we are also creating AI and data labs where students can go learn and do an hands-on, which will be mentored by the industry. Already 30 labs are ready where 1,000+ students have already started training, 200 students have already got the training on the courses which we have already created. Application is what is, when we talk about so much about AI standards and models, it is very important that we adopt these standards into some applications. So as a part of this, we had a mandate to create 25 impactful AI solutions which we sourced from the ministries, and we had run a challenge in 5 important critical domains like agriculture, health, governance, assistive learning, and I'm forgetting one, but there was one more domain where we got 900 applications, and we have shortlisted 30 where we are taking these applications to the states for scaling it up. Some of the applications are very important and they are being adopted, like agriculture. There is one application which is being adopted in a couple of states like soil testing and advisory, and also we are also having one application in the health which is also being scaled up, is that early detection using AI X-rays, which has been adopted in 5 or 6 states. Assistive learning is also one which we are taking so that we can adopt it multiple states. Climate action is one which has been adopted in the Himalayan regions. Early warning systems for adverse events. So a couple of solutions have already started an impactful implementation so that what we preach is what is being implemented and the benefit is being seen at ground level. We also work very closely with the departments to understand what exactly will AI bring benefit to them. So I4C, which is Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, which receives almost 6,000 cybercrimes reports on a daily basis. they wanted to use AI so that it can benefit them to understand which is a critical, what kind of crime has happened and how they can mitigate that. So we worked very closely with them, and we ran a hackathon where it was a 2-stage hackathon. We floated the hackathon where people build NLP applications, and then we took it as a 4 days hackathon where the final solution is being adopted by them so that they can categorize and take a fast and an immediate action on that. Similarly, we are working very close with the Ministry of Mines for Geological Survey of India. They wanted to understand which is the right location where they can go and dig so that they can get the minerals. So we are working with them in the state of Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, where we will help with the AI models. We can help and identify which is the right site for digging so that their efforts can be saved and they can get what they are actually wanting, the minerals from this digging. So we are working that way. And this is also very important in the health sector. We are working very closely with the Tata Cancer Memorial, where we have floated a challenge where we have brought the data of the cancer department of Tata, and we want the clinical as well as hospitals to come together, innovators and hospitals to come together and build a solution which can be adopted in all the cancer hospitals. This is already in action. 22nd is the last date, so we have already received 170 applications. So we understand how the right kind of data we bring so that researchers can build solution on top of it. And we are committing a huge award on this so that it will be implemented in at least all the hospitals where Tata has a presence in the country. Startup financing is another where, as I said, that nothing can be done if we don't support the startup community. We have a huge community, so what we have understood that one of the main problem of the startups is that they are not getting funds at the initial stage. Once they are mature enough, they get funds. So we are building a scheme where we can support them in the pre-seed and seed funding, and also we can make them access to the international market. Many of the startups, though they have a good solution, but they don't get market access. So we devised a very innovative and a different program with Station F and HEC, where we identified 10 good startups of our country, and we took them to HEC, Paris and Station F, where we gave them immersive learning and mentor program. And out of 10, 5 have already bagged the orders in the European market. So this is the program which we devised so that our Indian startups can get a market access outside India. I will not touch upon the safe and trusted pillar, where we are building the tools, frameworks, and we are working on the governance framework. My colleague Abhishek Agarwal will talk upon it. Well, I thought that this is a forum where many of the international researchers would be here, so I'll take just 2 minutes opportunity to just mention that India is hosting AI Impact Summit in 2026. February. It is in the lines of Bletchley Park, then Korea, and then this year in Paris, the AI Action Summit was there. Our whole focus of the summit is the shift from action to the impact, and we want to very clearly focus on tangible outcomes and the global collaborations and responsible development of AI at scale. So we will be focusing how AI has impacted our country, and if it has impacted our country, the world can also easily adopt those solutions. It's a huge event. We have kept large targets for ourselves. We are thinking around at least 50,000 participants will be there for the 2 days, 19th and 20th, and around 1 lakh participants will be there during 5 days, where we have an AI Expo, where we will be showcasing how impactful solutions India has brought in the field of AI. And we are hoping that we'll have 1 billion plus investment pledges for the innovation. So this is a huge target which we have kept, and Honorable PM will be inaugurating the Impact Summit on February 18th. The whole focus of the summit is on one mantra, which is impact, what impact AI has brought on people. So human capital, how AI is bringing new work and how it is helping people. And then it has people, planet, progress is the 3 sutras on which the impact of AI is being seen. And on these 3 sutras, we have 7 working groups, where I would request the researchers to participate so that we can discuss, deliberate, and come out with a tangible outputs which we are wanting to showcase as a part of the summit. It has also 5 days. We are calling it as Impact Days from 16th to 20th. We will be having a lot of events happening. We have a woman hackathon, AI for her. We have a youth hackathon because we wanted to showcase how Indian youth can do wonders. Yuva AI global hackathon where Indian participants as well as other than India, the global participants can come and bring the solutions which are impactful. We have AI Expo which is running from 16th to 20th. We will be having lots of scientific panels where the researchers can contribute. In fact, we will also be having the research symposium where we will be showcasing and will be coming up with the compendium of the AI research which has happened and which are very important, and lots of side events will be happening. We will be requesting all of you to come and participate because without researchers and the community, nothing can be shown as an impactful. So with this, I would thank all of you for patiently listening to me. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing how India is putting its AI strategy into practice. Your address strengthens our understanding of how policy and governance can ensure responsible AI growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, due to paucity of time, we'll take the question answer session in a combined way in the last after the session 3 is over. So I'll request Srimati Reena Garg, DDG Standardization, for presenting memento to our guests on dais. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for a group photograph. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of session 1. And now we'll dwell into session 2 on ethical and responsible use of AI. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll get it. Thank you.
The session on ethical and responsible use of AI highlights the importance of using artificial intelligence in a way that is ethical, transparent, and aligned with human values. The discussions will focus on building trust, ensuring fairness, and safeguarding privacy, while enabling innovation that benefits all sections of society. It will encourage us to reflect on how responsible AI can shape a future that is inclusive, safe, and human-centric. The session will also be in the form of various speakers sharing their insights through presentations. To begin with the proceedings of the workshop, may I now invite Professor Brijesh Lal, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Shri Gautam Banerjee, Director, Business Brio, Shri Abhishek Agrawal, Scientist D, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and Shri Ashish Tiwari, Head Responsible AI for India, Infosys on the dais. Further, Professor Young Im Cho, Gachon University, Republic of Korea, and member of ISO IEC JTC1 SC42, has joined this session in online mode. I request the audience to kindly welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Brijesh Lal from IIT Delhi to present on enabling responsible AI for telecom and ICT through standards, a TSDSI's perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this talk on enabling responsible AI for telecom and ICT through standards. TSDSI perspective is what I'm going to present today. We've been talking about AI all morning. Another key technology pillar in the world today is telecom. It is something that enables AI amongst a lot of other things, and therefore we look at how, as AI starts playing a more important and central role in the telecom of future, how do we make sure that there is responsible and ethical deployment of solutions in this space. So I'll start with why at all talk about AI in 6G. In 5G we had AI to some extent. People had started talking about use of ML for certain tasks in telecom, but with 6G what is expected is AI native 6G is envisioned, and the idea here is that there will be computational and cognitive backbone provided by AI for the telecom of the future. So if that is how it is going to happen, it becomes extremely important that we ensure that the AIs that are deployed, at least for the telecom, and not just telecom, actually for every application, are not just ethical, they're also responsible. So here, if you look at AI native in 6G, these are some of the things that you will see happen in 6G, which use AI to a large extent: federated learning, digital twins, autonomous operations, ISAC, integrated sensing and communication, and intelligence services. Finally, on-device AI. That is all expected to be part of the offerings of 6G. So in such a case, what happens is, because now you have so much of AI happening, there will be issues related to data quality, biases, privacy, and AI exploitation. All of these are a problem that exists with any AI deployment, and they will continue to pose challenges when they are incorporated in telecom. So trust frameworks will need to be built in. Explainable AI will have to be part of these deployments and architectures. The recommended strategy, of course, is global collaboration for data sets, simulators, and tools, because of the need for interoperability. So while we've been talking about standardization for AI in general, most of those are related to ensuring that there's trust, there's responsibility, there's also some kind of a moral bound to the solutions. But when you talk of telecom, it's also very important to keep interoperability in mind, because of the volumes, because of people being able to speak to each other. So a global collaboration for data sets, simulators, and tools is central to the way it will pan out as far as telecom is concerned. Now we're talking about ethical AI, and how does ethical AI lead to responsible AI, and what does that eventually deliver to us as a user. So when you talk of ethical principles, you're talking about things such as fairness, transparency, because you don't want the solution, tool, or the product to in any way favor one over the other, or it is opaque in any matter of form. Now when you have ethical principles in place, what these do is set guidelines for responsible AI deployment. So the AI deployments that result because of keeping ethical principles in mind, you end up with responsible AI where the practices, tools and governance ensure that the AI or other tools that are deployed are responsible, which means that they take care of how. And finally, when you have ethical principles guiding you towards responsible AI, this finally leads to what we are all looking for, trustworthy and safe AI. Everybody in this room, I'm sure, is aware of the potential of AI, but almost all of us are also a bit concerned about whether or not we can trust AI to not just fulfill the goals, but also be safe for us. So if we follow this kind of a path, to some extent, at least we can ensure that we end up with trustworthy and safe AI, which is compliant, inclusive, robust, to talk about a few parameters. So ethical is about why, moral justification, and responsible use is how do we actually achieve that. Now talking about the Indian context, ethics and responsible AI in telecom, because this particular talk is in a context of TSDSI, which is our telecom standardization body. So guiding principles are, of course, the national AI policies and frameworks. Multiple exist. There's one from MeitY. There are a few from MeitY, DOT, Niti Aayog, and the others. But what we also want to do along the way is ensure that we do not miss out on any of the best practices in global principles. So we draw inspiration from some of the global practices as we go along. And finally, the way you find out whether what you're doing is right or wrong are the core values. Is fairness, transparency, accountability, safety, privacy, sustainability, are all of these taken into account? Because while we're talking about responsibility, sustainability is something that is equally important when you talk of a product or a deployment being responsible, because we really cannot afford to use the nature in a manner that it is suboptimal. Now, if you want very quickly, let's look at how can we establish the responsible AI in the Indian context. So what is it that's happening? What is it that we can do? The first issue or challenge that we face is that the current national frameworks, they may not cover all the ethical dimensions as of right now, because telecom bodies are primarily looking at interoperability. Telecom, the primary function of a telecom standard is interoperability. However, they might not be looking at issues that are related, for example, to ethics. So we have to make sure that that is accounted for. The second challenge is overlap and redundancy, because there are multiple simultaneous efforts. We need to ensure that all are aligned, all of them contribute in a cohesive manner, and not play against each other in any form. Complexity of in implementation, this is another thing that all of us who've done any work in trying to make AI trustworthy or explainable realize that responsible AI or AI itself is a very, very broad field. Now, how do you ensure fairness, explainability? How do you remove bias? How do you ensure privacy? How do you ensure robustness? All of these issues are quite complex. Putting them all in perspective along with the fundamental or primary needs of telecom is quite a big challenge. And then you have what is known as, what we're trying to say here, is that how is responsible AI in ICT and sustainability in telecom sort of related to each other. If you have energy efficient systems, then obviously they lead to sustainability. And how will you have energy efficiency? Because AI in telecom can help you optimize your systems. If your systems are optimized, they become energy optimized. If they are energy efficient, you end up being achieving sustainability. Then resource optimization. This is the other thing that happens, because you are able to, for example, dynamically allocate spectrum bandwidth or infrastructure capabilities. The resources in telecom are typically scarce. Telecom, when we talk of wireless, the spectrum is limited, so you really need to allocate it in a very, very optimized manner. And then there is e-waste reduction, because what happens is AI gives you the capability to predict faults that might occur later. Preventive maintenance is something that can be enabled using the, AI, and all of this can eventually lead to reduced e-waste, social sustainability and inclusivity. Because of responsible AI, what you can do is bridge to some extent the digital divide. So it reduces the risk of digital divide and bias against marginalized communities. So AI doesn't do that, but if you ensure that it's responsible, this is taken care of. So for example, exclusion of non-English speakers is something that we can avoid if we work with responsible AI in ICT deployments. And then there is this trust. A big problem with complex systems is you really don't know whether or not you can trust the recommendations or the inferences that are being shared with you. So with AI in place and more appropriately responsible AI in place, that is accounted for. And finally, all of this is aligned with the sustainable development goals that the global all the countries in the world have come together to sort of take care of. So at least these 4 sustainable development goals are being impacted. So there's AI-driven telecom innovation, energy-efficient networks, reduction of the carbon footprint, and responsible governance of AI. So towards the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk about some of the contributions that TSDSI has made towards this goal. Some are published reports and the others are work in progress. So the published reports include these 2 works. The first work is a study on security aspects of artificial intelligence for 5G and 6G applications. So where the study was performed to establish guidelines for securing AI/ML models in 5G applications for ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and reliability of the network services. The second work that has been completed is on recommendations for use of dynamic AI models for self-sustainable V2X applications in 6G networks. So V2X continues to be possibly a very large use case. We talked a lot about it in 5G. We hope to see a lot more of it actually fructify in 6G. So the other work was about use of dynamic AI models for self-sustainable V2X applications, again leading to the sustainable development goals of all the countries put together. And then we have a few ongoing studies, and we'll go through them quickly because the time's up. So the first work here is AI/ML based security implementation in 6G wireless communication systems. There's another work that's happening on AI powered air interface for intelligent transport systems. There's a third work on framework for AI/ML operation splitting in case of 6G context. So somehow you can enable plug and play services, which is similar to what is known as distributed computing. So this is what this splitting of AI/ML in 6G context is about. And then there are 2 more. There's easing operations using AI/ML solutions for 6G and beyond. And finally, there's work on digital twinning. So digital twinning is something that's become quite important, and telecom and AI both play a central role in large-scale deployments of digital twins. So massive digital twinning framework for networks supporting sustainable development goals. So this is where I end my call. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Lal, for sharing TSDSI's perspective on enabling responsible AI in telecom and ICT through standards. Our next speaker is Shri Gautam Banerjee, Director, Business Bureau, who will bring the industry perspective on framework for data analytics, transparency, and explainability.
Yeah, so very good afternoon to everyone. Thanks BIS for organizing this wonderful event and the opportunity. So I'll be talking about the framework on big data analytics for AI, and another one on transparency and explainability for AI, and the third part is the application and the use cases of these things, right? So the ISO IEC 24668, as was mentioned by Madam Reena Garg as well, was published in November 2022. This was in fact the first assessment standard under Standards Committee 42 for AI for the world. So it comprises about 5 process groups, as you can see, starting from the stakeholder processes to competency development, data management, analytics development, and the technology integration processes. Every process under these process groups undergo through the process reference model, wherein we define the context, purpose, and the outcomes, and then it goes to the rating framework, measurement framework, where we have got information product as outcomes where ratings are given, and finally the assessment happens for each of the processes in these process groups. So one process in one process group can be at a level 2 or 3, while the other process in another process group can be at a level of 3 and 4 as well. Interestingly, this one has been declared as a national standard by BIS, Government of India, and this is for the incumbent organization. That means this is not a certification which is for a service provider or any kind of outsource agency. This is for the organization which is implementing big data analytics for AI, and this is also not a management standard. This is on the capability level, so 1 to 5 are the capabilities out here. Next one is on explainability and transparency. This work was done last year. We as a company presented this in a London AI conference in July, and eventually there was a Springer publication in December. It was a collaborative effort between our company, Business Brio, another company called Genovation, and then the industry research wings of San Jose University and INSEAD Paris. So the motivation definitely comes from the fact that investments have multiplied many times, not only from the private sector but from the government sectors as well onto AI, but there are challenges. For example, NHS UK faced some of the challenges for AI powered symptom checker, where there were problems with accuracy as well as transparency. Same thing happened for Netherlands, where there was an AI system to detect welfare fraud, but then there was a strong opinion that the training has been a little bit biased because the disproportionate flagging was coming from the low income groups and the dual nationality families. Again in Finland, there was a project to integrate AI into the public services, and there was basically detection of some of the data leak risks out there, as well as accountability. So while there are challenges, all is not that bad. So there are a lot of technical advancements that has happened in terms of packages, algorithms to understand more of explainability, through local optima, local sample size, to understand some bit of correlation, causation. However, these are very technical. So not all the stakeholders out there will be able to actually interpret this, because there are many stakeholders in any AI systems, as previous speakers have called out, and hence our framework brings in basically the user perspectives and a holistic framework to move forward. It is important to note here that very recently, in the last couple of months, there is a TS, technical specification from ISO, that is 6254, which has been released on explainability, right? So this is, as the name suggests, objectives and approaches for explainability and interpretability of ML and AI. It gives detailed role-based specifications in terms of 6 primary roles, 12 user roles, and lots of algorithms, including very popular packages like Lime and SHAP. However, there's less focus on transparency, and as the director of IIT Madras today morning was calling out, while explainability is possible to an extent wherever it's possible, but what is definitely possible is maintaining transparency. As we understand the black box systems, all kinds of explainability is not possible at all ranges of values, but transparency is important. Now this standard, while it focuses more on the explainability part, it doesn't cover transparency, and that's what our framework covers. What we have done is that you can see 5 dimensions each for transparency and explainability. Here you can see different kinds of explanation, ante hoc, post hoc, medium of explanations, whether it's summary statistics or visualization, or even the objective of explanations, whether you are trying to figure out some causal relationship or you are doing a model comparison. Fourth, characteristics of explanation, and then fifth is the safety, because while you try to have these documentation for explainability, there is a possibility that you divulge some of the sensitive data. So keeping the perspective of data is important for a safety purpose. Again, you see 5 dimensions here for transparency, starting from disclosure, which is more of the scope document boundary for the algorithm of the module, to openness, where we try and see if we can even publish data sets. If not in full, maybe a sample. If not a sample, is it possible for the metadata? And then obviously the logic behind the algorithm selection, some bit of training, validation, testing, as we understand impact of specificity, sensitivity, false positive, false negatives. And then we have got accessibility, with whom we can share these documents, and these are very sensitive documents. Obviously you have to keep in mind with whom you are being able to share it. And then auditing and reporting, and since morning we have seen there's so many audit frameworks and standards which are coming up. So is our AI system available for these kind of audits and compliances? And fifth but not the least is engagement, because of inclusiveness, right? Because a lot of these programs and projects are for public sector and public good. So we have got 3 roles out here: developers and designers. So developers are more on the technical side, computational side, statistical side, but designers also play a very key role, because the end users finally see the screen where they can interact and start seeing the outcomes of these difficult algorithms, right? So both of them play that role. Then comes the managers and supervisors. Apart from playing the strategic role, they bridge basically between the requirements, objectives, as well as the technical implementation, and they also take part in some of the important decision oversight or interventions. And then the stakeholders finally, who may not be at a tactical level but are definitely at a decision levels. You can see these 2 questions, but I'll come to the questions later on. So this is a multidimensional approach, having dimensions for each of the axis of transparency and explainability. It incorporates user perspectives. Not always you need to be at a AI expert level, and definitely accountability. This particular framework I still feel is a bit qualitative, but more and more implementations if we can do on domain specific models. As Kavita madam was calling out, that in India and across the world, there are manufacturing domains. Within manufacturing there are so many other specializations or medical diagnostics. So if we have this assessment on domain specific levels, then we can not only have a good baseline but also benchmark on a rating scale, right? This is what I was referring to. So you have got the explainability on the left hand side, transparency on the right hand side, and you have got these 3 roles, and the color codes signify that there is very specific tenets depending on the roles as well as the axis. And on the right hand side you can see the smaller snapshots. I have actually shared this PDF with the organizers, so if we get access later on, we'll be very happy to get feedback and comments on the questionnaires as well. Coming to the third part, where how do we proliferate? I mean, these things are very good, standards, frameworks, assessments, but how is the industry, how are these implementations happening in the industry level? So as a company, Business Bureau, we follow this methodology of data strategy, which is more of a discovery phase, data diligence, understanding the gap, roadmap, then data enablement, which is more of digitization, many a times Industry 4.0, IoT sensors, and then the third is where you start implementing the basics of analytics as well as machine learning, right? And then the fourth one is definitely, specialized use cases for higher end, ML algorithms as well as artificial intelligence. So as you can see here, not only the ISO 24668, that we called out, we take help of that, but we also take help of the ISO IEC 5259 series. ISO IEC 5259 series is on data, data characteristics, data definitions, terminologies, data lifecycle, and data quality process framework. And then, this is what I was talking about. So data lifecycle calls out different kind of activities in different phases of data, starting from requirements, planning, acquisition, preparation, provisioning, as well as data decommissioning. Many a times we ignore that, but that's very important because of data privacy, right? And again, the data quality process framework, which doesn't even not only include the planning, evaluation, improvement, validation, but also the critical phase of data governance. All in all, we can say that from an industry perspective, we are implementing these things more in the manufacturing sector, deep dive into energy sectors for the batteries, the power, the utility sector, the steel, the metals manufacturing sector, as well as on the glass manufacturing. It's good to know that we are also partnering with an entity called as Lean Analytics Association, a Zurich-based Swiss company, to proliferate these standards in the European region. And we have recently got a confirmation from Electro Steel Limited, one of the largest metals company in India, which produces DI pipes, that they have confirmed with us as well as BIS that they'll help us not only to validate the ISO 24668, but also help us implement that. So that's where I end this lecture. Thanks for your patience, and we hope that we'll collaborate further to take responsible AI implementation across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your emphasis on interpretability, accountability, and standardized practices provides a strong foundation for advancing responsible AI development. We now have Shri Abhishek Agrawal, Scientist D, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, who will deliver his presentation on the India AI Mission, Safe and Trusted AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today my presentation is on the one pillar of the India AI mission, that is safe and trusted AI. So first I'll start with what is India's vision on the AI governance as far as how to govern AI. So we believe that we should encourage the pro-innovation approach, that we should not stop or not hinder the AI innovation, as AI innovation is at the early stages in India and in the world. So we should promote the AI innovation, but not at the cost of the users. So we promote the pro-innovation approach to AI governance, which balances innovation and adequate safeguards for protecting the safety and security and trust of citizens. So an analogy with this, we can understand like this. Like we can take an example of a car, a moving car. Everybody is thrilled with its speed, and but to drive a vehicle on a road, safety is safety of the driver, safety of the passengers, and safety of the fellow citizens which are on the road is also very important. So for this we need few things, like we need brakes in the car. We need rules like the red light and the other rules, left side driving, right side driving. So to drive a car with high speed safely on the roads, we need certain rules and certain boundaries and guardrails and guidelines. Similarly, we believe for the AI innovation is important. AI innovation is required to grow the economy, for the economic growth in various sectors, whether it's manufacturing, metallurgy, oil, or any other sector, or for the social sectors. But its usage with the responsible behavior is utmost important. So for the AI governance, what are the key instruments in India currently we have? There are two instruments which are not mentioned here. These two are, one is the RT Act, and the other one is the BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, and the other is the DPDP Act, which provides protection of personal data, and the other one is the Safe and Trusted AI pillar, on which we will talk about. And what the other last thing is the global cooperation, in which India is taking lead in the various forums such as GPI, G20, and upcoming India Impact Summit. Because as we know, this Impact Summit is in the series of the summits which started with the AI Safety Summit by the UK itself. So the another approach which we take is that the collaborative approach. We believe in the whole of the government ecosystem, and not on the whole of the government, the whole of this ecosystem, in which we believe the participation of each and every stakeholder, whether it's part of they are in the academia, they're in the industry or startups, they are in the individual experts, or in the civil society or not-for-profit, or in the government, every stakeholder is required for this safe and trusted AI. So as we have already heard from Kavita Bhatia ji, that India is working on the India AI mission with its 7 pillars, in which 6 pillars has already talked about. This is the one pillar which is almost parallel to the other 6 pillars, because it's related to the safety and trustworthiness of the AI systems. So the objectives of the Safe and Trusted AI pillar is to build the tools, frameworks, self-assessment checklist, which are required for the profiling of the risk assessment, which are required to assess the trustworthiness or the safety or responsible behavior of any AI tool, which can be used by the developers or deployers or by the citizens itself. It also, one of the objectives is to promote the research, AI research, so that the tools can be developed, and further the outputs can be developed in this, which can lead to the standardization on which we are currently talking. This also contains a committee of experts which provides its guidelines or guidance on the AI governance. And as I already mentioned, one of the objectives is the whole of the ecosystem approach towards the AI governance. And the last is the capacity building of the regulators and others through the workshops or the trainings and etc. So as we all know that through the AI Safety Summit in UK, UK has come with their AI Safety Institute, and later on through the AI Seoul Summit last year in May 24, a network of AI Safety Institutes has come up, in which many countries have come up with their institutes, like France has come with their AI Safety Institute, UK has come, US has come, Japan has come, Singapore has come. Similarly, India has also announced its AI Safety Institute. And if we see its model, as I already mentioned, we believe in the whole of the ecosystem approach. So the model of this AI Safety Institute is contemplating the whole of the ecosystem approach. The other safety institutes are housed in a particular entity, either in a government department or in an education institute. But we want to take the leverage of all the stakeholders which exist in our country. So our model is an hub and spoke model, in which hub will be in the India AI mission, and these spokes will be our partners, which can be academic institutes, which can be our PSU industries, autonomous bodies, not-for-profit, civil society, startups, industry, research institutions, academia. So we want to take the leverage of all the stakeholders or all the expertise which is available in our country. For this purpose, we have already floated the expression of interest to seek the interest of the stakeholders who want to be the partner, who want to become the spoke of the AI Safety Institutes, and currently the evaluation of these entries are being done, and shortly we will announce the partners or the spokes in the AI Safety Institute. And if you see the mandate is largely the same which is the mandate of the safe and trusted AI pillar, in which we are building the indigenous tools, technologies, benchmarks for safe AI. We will publish the guidelines and the best practices for the India-specific AI governance. And we will also coordinate with the other government bodies and the standard setting bodies, in this case BIS, to build the standard AI standards and for their implementation also through the other pillars of India AI mission. And the other objectives are to conduct training and workshops for the capacity building of the regulators and the citizens, and cooperate with the collaborate with the other AI safety institutes, so that our research can be showcased and the best practice can be taken by others, and their best practices can be adopted by us also, and to bolster our readiness for next generation AI safety and tools. So in this regard, we have already started through an expression of interest. 8 safe and trusted AI projects have already initiated under this safe and trusted pillar through the India AI Safety Institute, in which these 8 projects are implemented by our IITs, industry, and startups in standalone and in the joint manner. For example, this machine learning project, it's very critical project, so that if there is anything which AI model has learnt, but as over the time we understood that it should not be there. So how to unlearn an AI model, because there is a trade-off. If we unlearn a lot, then the model will collapse. So to keep the model in place and how we can unlearn the few things, the research is ongoing in the IIT Jodhpur for that. Similarly, an IIT Roorkee is working on the synthetic data generation, because the present techniques still the outputs of in the present techniques, they are still slightly biased, or they are not as per the requirement. So the work on that is currently ongoing in Roorkee. Similarly, we are working on the explainable AI framework, so that we can know whether the AI model is explaining itself or not, explaining its output or not. That is being done by the DIT Pune and Mindgraph Technologies Private Limited. Similarly, the other projects are being implemented by our partners in various institutes, IIT Delhi, IIIT Delhi, Civic Data Labs, and Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. In the next round, apart from these 8 projects, we have floated the expression of interest for the next 5 themes, which are important in the AI area, which are watermarking and labeling, ethical AI frameworks, AI risk assessment and management, stress testing tools, and defect detection tools. As we know, defect is currently a very important thing. Everybody is looking, and it is creating user harm also. So in this round, more than 400 responses were received, and shortly we will announce the projects which will be selected for implementation, research projects implementation under these themes. So other than these, we are working with the UNESCO. As UNESCO has come in 2021, they have come out with their ethical AI framework, and and with the UNESCO currently we are assessing the readiness in India. That is the RAM assessment. We are doing readiness assessment methodology, in which we have conducted 5 workshops with UNESCO across the country, in starting from Delhi, then Bangalore, Hyderabad, Guwahati, and in Delhi. The last was done in June 2025, in which we are mapping our strength and the growth opportunities, our gaps, and the recommendations to fill those gaps, and how we can support ethical and responsible AI adoption across the country and across the sectors. So the report is being drafted. So shortly we will come up with the final report, the RAM report related to India. And as we already mentioned, there is a committee of experts. So we have a committee advisory group under the chairmanship of our principal scientific advisor to build the AI governance guidelines. Under the guidance of this advisory group, a subcommittee was constituted to draft the AI governance guidelines. And we have come with the initial guidelines, which are floated for the public consultation also, in which we have identified what are the gaps which are existing in in our regulatory, in our ethical AI framework, such as as we believe currently, since we believe we see the governance of the AI from the user harm perspective. So we believe that our existing laws are which are available in IT Act, BNS, and the other sectoral sectoral acts. They cover most of the AI harms which are related to means towards the user harms, because our acts, whether it's a BNS or IT Act, they're technology agnostic. They are not dependent whether the harm is done by AI or by you. For example, like deepfake is done. Our act does not identify this deepfake is generated through AI or through a Photoshop. It is a user harm, and the person who has done the harm should be punished as per the provisions. So the important thing is the enforcement, understanding the interpretation of these acts and how to enforce these existing laws and acts. The other thing is the need of the transparency and responsibility across the AI ecosystem in India, and the whole of the government approach, need for the whole of the government ecosystem approach. For this, we have 6 recommendations were identified to develop. First one is the develop a empowered mechanism to coordinate AI governance, which belongs to this whole of the government approach itself. And this other one is the technical secretariat and incident reporting database, and encourage industry for giving the voluntary commitments as they have already given through in the USA in the AI Seoul summit in Korea itself. So we encourage industry also to give voluntary commitments towards the safe and trusted AI in India. And then technological measures to address AI related risks, which we are currently doing through the AI Safety Institute. And thank you. This is what we are currently doing in the safe and trusted area in India.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights on building secure, transparent, and standards-driven AI frameworks for the nation. We now have Professor Young Im Cho from Gachon University, Republic of Korea. She is also the member of ISO IEC JTC1 SC42, who will deliver her presentation on lightweight AI for responsible and sustainable generative AI over video conferencing. Professor Cho, kindly confirm that we are audible and also we are visible to you. Professor Cho, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are perfectly audible. You can,
Yes.
please start delivering your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Young Im-jo, and representing the Department of Computer Engineering at Gachon University in Korea. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your kind consideration. I truly appreciate how exceptionally well today's workshop has been conducted. It has been highly informative and inspiring. And I'm learning tremendously from all the presentations and the discussions. Thank you so much. So from now, I'm going to talk about the lightweight AI for representable and responsibility, like a lightweight AI for responsibility and sustainable generative AI. Yeah, outline is like this. This is today's outline. And, firstly, let me talk about the slide is moving very quickly. Yeah, let me talk about the lightweight AI technologies. Okay. The goal of AI is to achieve. The goal of AI is to achieve coexistence with humans. So both OECD AI principle and the UNESCO emphasizes the importance of coexistence with humans in their report, like OECD report and the ethics of AI. Next slide. Yeah, next one. Actually, the key principle the key principle of AI. So this slide shows, I should be next slide. So operation is already, yeah, okay, this one. The key principle of, I don't know why. Previous slide. It's very slow. Yeah, I want to talk about the key principle of influential AI. This can be summarized into about 6 main parts. So it's very slow now, right now. Yeah, this one, I'm sorry. So I don't know why the slide is moving so fastly. Yeah, OECD AI principle is the first intergovernmental AI development recommendation. And as you know, EU established the AI Act, the world's first AI Act. And from Global AI Safety Summit, AI safety institutions have been developed so far. And G7 guiding principles, code of conduct, provided the guidelines for the safe and responsible development of AI. And the global resolution on AI is the international commitment for the safe and trustworthy development of AI. So this is the overview of AI development flow. So I don't know why the slide is so fastly moving automatically. Yeah, continuously evolved from symbolic reasoning to edge intelligence through various technologies and innovations from this slide. And let me talk about the background of lightweight AI technologies. So firstly, the growing efficiency gap driving the rise of lightweight AI. So from the slide, with the deep learning revolution after 2010, AI models requires exponentially larger computational resources, doubling every 2 to 6 months, highlighting the growing gap between model capacity and efficiency and motivation, the need for lightweight AI. That is the first background. And actually, AMD's CTO says AI inference will move out of data centers and increasingly to phones and laptops. So from the light part, he also presented a forward-looking vision toward 2030, setting a clear milestone for the shift to edge to lightweight intelligence and clearly connect to on-device inference and efficiency, which are core to lightweight AI. And this one is that actually acquiring knowledge from this title, you can see the title, acquiring knowledge is the core of intelligence and the first step toward starting work in AI. That is very important point. So, but in the past, knowledge acquisition was done by human. So human-centered knowledge acquisition was the first step. And then it shifted to an AI augmented knowledge acquisition approach. And now new knowledge is being created by integrating new knowledge with you can see the left part, with phase accelerating rapidly than before. So so very sensitive. This is now very sensitive. Now I'm using laptop, but this is very sensitive. So very quickly move. So lightweight AI, I'm going to talk about the lightweight AI technology. So LLM actually, LLM is being, not this slide, but this, not this slide. May I use the PDF instead of a slide, instead of a PPT? Because the PPT, now I am opening the PPT, but it is a little bit, so I'm changing this slide to PDF file. Okay, let me talk. Yeah, from this slide, lightweight AI technologies. So actually, like LLM are being. I don't know why the slide is moving so fastly. I'm sorry. Yes, LLM are being developed to improve the knowledge acquisition. So indeed, AI in AI, the number of patterns represent in intelligence degree. So, but in fact, LLM are being developed with ever increasing numbers of parameters. So, but after 2023, it is a trend. Yeah, it is the trend. It is a trend to transition from large scale to small scale AI development from 2023. So, over 70% of LLMs released in 2024 have fewer than 100 billion parameters. So, this is the trend of lightweight AI technology. And next slide is the future trend of AI. Yeah, it's a currently the development of AI technology is shifting toward small to large, shifting small devices. Yeah. Yeah, so in AI working space, cloud AI is moving to on-device AI. In model types, LLM and LMM is moving to a small LLM or SLLM types. And priority, high performance, is moving to efficiency. And the focusing is shifting from performance optimization to sustainability, focused manner. So, key technologies for the future of AI is, there are three technologies such as multimodal AI and sustainable AI and eco or on-device intelligence. So the three technologies are very key technologies on the future approach of AI. Okay, this one. And next slide is that why lightweight AI technologies matters. So the first one is that lightweight AI first emerged as a technical challenge. So model size and the training compute have exploded, doubling every 6 months since 2010. And also self-driving car and drone and some devices require millisecond level decisions. So in real time, while minimizing latency. So highlight that technical scalability demands smaller, faster models for deploying outside the data centers. That is the first reason. And second reason is that lightweight AI demonstrates its importance in real-world applications. So lightweight and edge AI are increasingly vital for real-world applications with rapid growth in studies on development, optimization, and energy efficiency as well. And So in summary, lightweight AI refers to designing and deploying efficiency, compact, and resource-friendly AI models that can run on constrained device without requiring massive cloud infrastructure. So, necessity of lightweight lies in reducing the unsustainable compute and energy demand of large models, while enabling affordable real-time deployment on edge devices for smart cities and healthcare and robotics, and etc. And this one is that this slide shows the current technologies of lightweight AI, from model compression to hardware for lightweight AI system. And next slide is that this slide shows the evaluation metrics for measuring the efficiency and effectiveness in lightweight AI systems. So from this slide, the red part is the metrics for lightweight AI system, but here, compared to conventional models, in the middle, accuracy, MAP, and IOU, those metrics can be used in also used in evaluating lightweight AI system, and other metrics should be used in lightweight AI system. So yeah, this can be the improved performance of lightweight AI system. So let me talk about the standardization for light AI currently in SC42. Already Lina Garg explained very well about the SC42 standard. So it is very nice presentation. So now, as my understanding is that today's main theme is the sustainability of AI. So to promote sustainability, SC42 also include various standards. Yeah, from this you can see the slide. So actually, SC42 established the Joint Advisory Group with SCC39 to promote sustainability. That is the pillar. So here, 24028, 24368, and 20226, those standards from SC42 are very quietly related to sustainability. So next slide is that the relationship among them. So very interconnected as follows. So for example, the late ethics standard 24368 include safety and environmental sustainability, and safety also include trustworthiness concept. And the society sustainability 20226 also include trustworthiness and ethics keyword as well. So both, some of standard in the SC42 are quite related to satisfy sustainability actually. So this is lightweight AI modeling framework. Now is on the developing. Project editor is me, and the project number is 42111. Title is Guidance on Lightweight AI System, and this is the timeline. And the scope is that the document provide guidance on developing and deploying lightweight optimized for limited resource utilization. So this lightweight AI standard related with other standard in JTC1 SC42, 5338, and 23053, and 8183 as well. And this one, left part is the detailed relationship of lightweight AI modeling with other standard, and light part is that summarize the framework of lightweight AI model. So from modeling, validation, verification to deployment and monitoring. So this 42111 standard cover the framework for modeling to deployment in lightweight perspective. So, what is the difference between general machine learning process and lightweight AI focusing point? So here, the table present several stages left part, several stages that can be used for comparison. So for example, verification, validation, general machine learning process can use accuracy, recall, and F1 score, etc. But lightweight AI focusing approach, accuracy, recall, F1 plus, model size, inference time, memory power, energy, and edge embedded testing, and etc. Those metrics can be used. There is a little bit different point or comparison point between general machine learning and lightweight AI concept. Okay, this one is the framework and the process. There are 6 main steps in the framework, so step 1 to 6. So definition and planning and model preparation and model design, training and assessment and deployment. So now this standard is under developing. So now almost so now we are going to CD ballot. So some detailed technologies, detailed steps are already explained. And this one is that the type of lightweight AI modeling in this 42101. And lightweight AI modeling can be classified into 2 big types. So it can be classified depending on whether it is cloud-based or not. So, for example, cloud edge AI modeling versus on-device AI modeling. So there are advantages and disadvantages, and model types are displayed here. So, the lightweight AI standard 42101, and also one of the standard is that 25258, that means hybrid AI inference system. So both are recognized as the best practice for mitigating environmental effect at the Forum for Sustainable AI during AI Action Summit this year, February 10 to 11. So, light part, there is a best practice rectangle. So inside 42101 and a hybrid AI inference system, also both are quite related to the sustainability standard in SC42. So both project editor is me. So both project standard are best practice. So to mitigate environmental impact. So I would like to show this one. And in conclusion, I would like to present the AI roadmapping in SC42 from the perspective of AI innovation. So of course, the emergency of lightweight AI and hybrid AI inference standard from this here, 24 to 25, fourth generation is accelerating AI innovation. So here the red part standard can be applied as an essential standard for the global distribution of AI system. Japan, Australia, Canada, and EU and Singapore, etc. And from the fourth generation, the red line, that is I think the fourth generation is very good, criteria, to moving forward. So that is a very important time when the need to introduce a standard for applying new AI technologies is increasing. So Rina also explained the Indian expert contribution in AI 42. So yeah, so of course Indian expert contribute a lot of very important AI standard so far in SC 42. So that is from start to fourth generation here. So number 4 is I think very important criteria, the milestone and criteria. So and also the need to develop new AI standard expert and align with the emerging trends. So from fifth and the future, it can be AI more innovative standard can be developed. Also, Korea is very interested in the in AI innovation standard like AI agent and AI conformative standard and machine and data governance, etc. So or AI safety and the framework, something like this. So Korea is very interested in this subject. So and also finally, India and Korea, I strongly recommend to cooperate and create a new valuable standard from now. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind address. We look forward for the India and Korea cooperation in the field of AI. We now have Shri Ashish Tiwari, Head Responsible AI for India from Infosys, who will deliver his presentation on the subject from principles to practice responsible AI in industry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm that person today who will be in the middle of you and your lunch. So please bear with me for some time. I'll try to keep it simple, brief, and insightful. So without further ado, my talk would be focused on how we are implementing the responsible AI practices in the enterprises. I'll take some case study from our own office in Infosys. This is a very familiar slide which every one of you may have seen so far, and we have seen the leap in the potential every time. But with the leap in potential, there are many new kinds of risks which are emerging. So starting with the Gen AI, I think last 2-3 years we have seen a new kind of risk, hallucination, misinformation, and deep fakes. A lot of risk has come. And moving further in future, also we are expecting the agentic AI kind of systems, the pre-AGI or AGI kind of technology where the bots or the agents will take decision on their own, etc. But this is the time where, apart from knowing the potential AI can deliver, we should also be aware, assess the risk, and try to mitigate those risks while we have the time. These are grounded in some of the statistics and the data presented from various sources. So if you see, there are 26% of the executives have revealed that they have experienced deepfake incident in their organization in last 12 months. Over 50% of AI systems are prone to the AI security attacks. And with the EU AI Act in 2024, there are stringent liabilities on the enterprises working on the AI for the AI people and developing systems in EUI, around 6% liabilities there of their global revenue. Now, with this kind of legal, financial risk, reputational risk all there is very important thing is if there are no trust with the AI application we use, there would not be any adoption to the AI. You can scan this QR code. This is a report which we have come out recently from Infosys Knowledge Institute. And it again talks about that how the C-suite directors are worried about the widespread AI incidents happening. Every now and then the new incidents are coming. And in fact, we at Infosys are monitoring those incidents and also threats and vulnerabilities to the AI system. It's happening on the daily basis. And then their executives are also be aware that RAI may not be the revenue generator, but it will aid the revenue growth. And there are very few enterprises who has seen this holistically to establish a responsible AI team or the governance at their office. Responsible by design approach, I think this is fundamental. We have never been irresponsible, right? Before, when we were developing the traditional systems, we never be. But why? When we are talking about AI, that we have to be responsible by design, define those principles again, because there are four more key reasons which we see. One is opacity of the AI model, right? We don't know what kind of reasoning is there behind the scene because of which the output is being come out. from the AI systems. Then the second is the unpredictability. There are self-learning systems. We don't know what output, how the unpredictable output could be, because at one time the reproducibility factor would be one, and another point the reproducibility factor could be another thing. So third would be the area where we see the bias in the data. In the previously, when we have the traditional systems, the data could be flawed because of the flawed requirement. But when we are talking about the AI, who are training in a lot of the data, and the bias exists in the system, there would be a perpetuate of those biases in the system, and making it and impacting the individual, because ultimately the output would be the insight for the users. And if suppose they are not getting, they are sidelined, any community is sidelined or any user is sidelined because of that output, it would be a harmful thing, right? So yes, in that sense, it is very important that we relook and define these principles, which we have already done, I think, through OECD, and a lot of work has been done in the past. Niti Aayog has released this in the some principle in the 2018 itself. Now, when this responsible AI we are talking about, there are a lot of work which has been already been done to containerize the risk which are happening or the incidents, right? And if you see, as I mentioned about the EU AI Act, which is really just a very comprehensive act based on the risk-based assessment, high risk, medium risk, low risk, etc. And then EU has also come out with the code of practice. Similarly, various countries like Canada and some states in the US like Colorado, Triaga has specific sector-based regulation with the specific penalties for AI developer and deployer as well. And even other countries like South Korea, Brazil, AI law, and a lot of work is being done in the regulation space. And if you have to name some frameworks which has been developed, in the past it was NIST, risk-based assessment framework. We were also the part of those working groups where we have shared our expertise and provided the feedback. OECD has come up with this voluntary reporting framework and AI capability indicators for the countries to assess their maturity in terms of the AI efficiency. And then recently from India, the RBI has released this report on risk management framework for fintech industry. It's quite a comprehensive one. Please do check this out. And while regulations are there, it exists, it can be a deterrent for a misuse, but standard can be seen as an enabler to avoid these kind of misuses. So some of the standards which we already seen in previous presentation, few and key ones are like 42005, which is AI impact assessment. Then there is a 5259, I think Mr. You have talked about this, right? Data quality governance framework. Then there is 23895, 4 for the risk controls, and then 42006 for the requirement of AI standards, requirement for AI audit and compliance. So now how should industry approach it? It could be as simple as these 3 boxes, like any organization should assess where they are in their current journey. First, they need to assess the AI maturity landscape, and then also to understand and assess that what kind of policies they have when they are talking about AI, how they are governing this, what kind of mechanism in place to ensure the compliance exists in the system. So assessment of organization readiness toward responsible AI is important. Moving to the govern. Govern is the part where after the assessment, you do this gap assessment analysis and come out and frame AI policies, AI governance frameworks, establishing some structure in order to monitor the projects or the AI related use cases which is being developed in your organization. And then, of course, once the assess and govern is done, to basically operationalize these principles and start using those framework, process and tools to ensure the development and deployment of AI applications are done responsibly. So I was talking about this, taking a case study from our side. We have developed, we have established the Responsible AI Office 2 years back. And our senior leadership has thought it makes sense because the regulations are going towards, there are comprehensive regulations which are coming up, and then the technology is moving at a very faster pace. So it makes sense to de-risk Infosys with respect to the AI development of projects, not just for us but for our client as well. So there the strategic and holistically we thought there has to be a dedicated office. One of the, I think, few companies has this dedicated office with a 160 plus member team where we focus on development of process, framework and toolkits as well. And I'm very proud to say that we are one of the first company to got certified in the ISO 42001 certification last year. So how we envision it as that it could be as a bottom-up approach where in any organization, a lot of projects are being done. AI projects, delivery is happening. So those kind of projects needs to be assessed for their delivery risk. Then there needs to be a governance councils, the responsible AI governance councils, who assess the use cases or the projects across the enterprise, identify what kind of mitigation could be done if suppose in that use cases the explainability factor is not there, then how the explainability factor could come in. We can recommend this to client or maybe recommend certain suggestion from our side if something is missing from a responsible AI principle side of things. Then at the top, of course, the enterprise risk council is there who will keep a long-term risk and mitigation strategies in mind. And in the center you see is a core team. Responsible AI governance cannot be done without communicating with their counterparts in legal, privacy, security groups, audit teams, etc. So these became a fundamental part of the RAI core structure, and all these subunits needs to talk to each other to ensure the development of AI remains responsible. So while we were building this office, we have also released these three offerings which we call as Scan, Shield and Steer. If you see in the top, these are the guiding principles which we have defined or almost defined by everyone like that. And then what we did is to codify these kind of principles into process, framework or tools. Scan means that we need to continuously monitor the market with respect to the ever-changing regulations and the technology development, because regulations are changing every month. There are a lot of new regulations comes, right? So any enterprise needs to be aware of those changes. So for that, we do some kind of research activity and release the monthly report on this market scan. It is available on the internet. I'll show you the QR code. Maybe you can see that yourself. And we also do vulnerabilities and security threat assessment. It happens through advisories we released within Infosys if we find that any AI tools are prone to any attacks, which is also a very important part of our scan work. Then there is a shield where our R&D team continuously work on to build certain tools to avoid the risk which are related to AI safety, security, privacy, all that. So what we have done is to come up with a responsible AI toolkit from Infosys, and which is open source. It is available on the GitHub. So if any one of you are interested, please check this out. This is an API based solution. And we are also, as we are moving towards agentic AI era, we are also coming up with the responsible AI agentic AI framework. So the work is on. Maybe we'll be adding few more layers to that, maybe adding a few more features to it before we release this. And the steer part, because we have done a lot of things in the this responsible AI space, so we are in a position to advocate the policies, and we can help the enterprise to set up the RAI governance. We also do the training, certification, AI literacy, etc. So these are the three pillars from our AI 3S offering. This is the QR code. You can copy it, and it takes you to the GitHub. So this particular solution is an API-based solution. So this solution can be easily integrated in AI application, And if it could be hosted anywhere. It could be hosted in the AWS cloud or any of the hyperscaler. You just need to plug in these APIs, and it will take care of the security part. Security means, like, suppose you are using a GenAI chatbot, there could be prompt injections, malicious attack, adversarial attacks, jailbreak, etc. So those kind of features have been built. Then privacy APIs, it takes care of the PI related data, anonymize it, redact it based on your requirement. Then there is explainability APIs. We have a lot of techniques discovered, especially for the stochastic model, where chain of thoughts, thread of thoughts, graph of thoughts, a lot of techniques have been inbuilt in this particular API. Safety APIs related to profanity of the data, obscenity, or etc. for various type of data types, not just the text, but also the images can be taken care of. And then very important, fairness and bias. So the data sets needs to be free from the bias, the diversity needs to be taken into account. So those kind of features are also built. I'll invite you, if you come to booth number I03, where we can demonstrate this toolkit live to you. This was the market scan report I was talking about. If please scan this QR, and this is available every month. You can subscribe to it. You can write to me also. And more or less, this is from my side. What I feel that global standards have a larger role to play, and it can bridge the gap between the innovation and trust while we say it is AI is transformative. So thank you, everyone. This was my pitch.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address on the subject responsible AI in industry. With this, we have come to the end of session 2, and I would like to request Shri S.K. Kanujia, Scientist F and Head Service Sector Division, Department of BIS, for presenting a memento to our guests on dais. I request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph. Now we'll break for lunch for 45 minutes and gather again at the same place at, we'll try to gather by 2:15, 2:20 so that we are able to start the session 3 at sharp 2:30. The lunch is being served at level 3, East Pre-Function Area. I repeat, the lunch is being served at level 3. This is level 2, level 3, East Pre-Function Area. Kindly be seated by 2:20 so that we are able to start the session at 2:30 sharp.
कर दो
While the clinician and patient are speaking,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the future of patient-centric care. I'm an AI co-pilot for health.
while the clinician and
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the future of patient-centric care.
the clinician and While the clinician and patient are speaking, IRA captures information directly into the EMR as clear, structured data, and even prompts for details that are missed.
I have fever.
Okay. Along with the fever, is there anything else? How long have you had this?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the future of patient-centric care. I'm an AI co-pilot for healthcare workers.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome back after the lunch. I know it's a little bit difficult in post-lunch session. So we'll again dwell into our sessions. The session 3 is about startups and industry leading AI innovation in India. This session brings together startups and industry leaders who are driving AI innovation in India. It will showcase how bold ideas and scalable solutions are transforming sectors like healthcare, finance, agriculture, and telecom, etc. Together, they represent the growing strength of India's AI ecosystem and its global impact. This session will also be in the same form of various speakers sharing their insights through presentations. To begin with the proceedings of the workshop, may I now invite Shri Atul Kumar, Director, Data Security Council of India, DSCI, Dr. Sitaram Rama Brahmam Gunturi, Principal Consultant, Tata Consultancy Services, Dr. Alpan Rawal, Chief Scientist, Vadhwani AI, Shri Sambit Sahu, Senior Vice President, Krutrim Ola, and Shri Ankit Modi, Founding Member, Cure AI. I request the audience to kindly welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you, sirs. Now I invite Shri Atul Kumar, Director, Data Security Council of India, DSCI, to present on AI and cybersecurity, strategic innovations, ethical paradigms, and the dual-use dilemma in shaping the future.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'll try to keep you awake after the lunch. So, just to give you a context, right, what happened in last couple of years, especially around cybersecurity as a domain, there was a game changer, right? With all the emerging tech, whether it's AI, ML, quantum, and so on and so forth, so many things we have heard, which has changed the larger gamut of cybersecurity and the overall narrative of cybersecurity. What I'll try to do in next 10 or 15 minutes time frame, that I'll try to give you a flavor how the cybersecurity has changed with the advent of AI and overall the emerging tech, I'll say. And then what is the dimensions getting created around the AI which is shaping up. So typically when we talk about managing the security, what we typically look at, perfect. I'll use this, thanks. We talk about visibility over the data, current initiatives and activities around cyber, or the overall infrastructure. Then we talk about your coverage and accuracy of security initiatives. Then we talk about the vigilance. We talk about the strategic and tactical operations and that layer. So typically, if you divide overall security management, we look at strategic management, then tactical management and operational management. Then we'll talk about discipline in defense and then compliance demonstration. And in last couple of years of time frame, the way the compliances have evolved, whether in Indian context, as we have a lot of global representatives here. So in the Indian context, we have multiple regulators. For banking sector, we have Reserve Bank of India, and similarly for capital market, we have SEBI and IRDAI for insurance sector, and so on and so forth. All the regulators are coming up with their own sort of regulations and compliance requirement protecting that particular domain. And that's, I'll say, making it very complex to comply with, but at the same time, the intent is to protect the larger intent of the users. That's why it's happening. But here, as a security professionals and the tech professionals, we need to demonstrate how we are complying. But all of those things, if we look at from the AI perspective and broadly, I'll say tech perspective, how it's happening, the visibility when we used to talk about 10 years back or almost a decade back, it has a very different connotation. Now, given the volume of the data which is evolving and the complexity of the infrastructure, especially Again, the AI and the emerging tech, the kind of complexity and diversity we have in terms of products and technologies and the devices which are getting added to our ecosystem, and also the kind of protocols which are getting evolved because of those kind of innovations and evolutions, that's actually changing the way we should look at the visibility. Same goes with coverage and accuracy. Our scale has increased, and especially in the context of India, if you look at the kind of scale we are dealing with, that's enormous. For example, the DPI, or especially the UPI, you would have heard about. The kind of scale that we are dealing with in, day out, might be more than economy of certain countries, small countries, I'll say. So that's the gamut. And same goes with in terms of vigilance. We need to know what's the current context of the threat perspective, which is changing significantly. We typically talk about a lowering of the bar, technology understanding bar for the adversaries. I'll not go into all of those things, which we'll try to cover in the subsequent slide, but this is how the parameters and the principles that we used to have to look at cybersecurity, that's changing with the advent of AI, with the advent of larger emerging tech. From here, I'll say, when I keep repeating the word emerging tech, what is that emerging tech? This is what we typically call emerging tech. That includes the IoTs, blockchains, AI, ML, cloud, so on and so forth. That includes the material science as well. So what's happening there, it's actually impacting. But further, given the time in hand, and I keep eye on the watch as well, so I'll just try to be a bit fast. If we see what's happening around these emerging tech, how it's changing the gamut. So your architecture and frameworks are changing, your technology stacks are changing. Because of that, your protocols are changing, and we are sitting at the platform of BIS. We should not skip talking about the standards, because standards are getting impacted with the evolution of these technologies, right? And that's what so much focus from our side is coming on, the standard development and evolution of those standards. Your interfaces are changing. And how it's happening? Because of you have data enriched products and services, you have more mobility, you have open data architectures, open data ecosystem, you have so many interfaces, so many applications. Like in India, we have one platform called Umang, where multiple hundreds of applications are exchanging the data. How it's happening? It's happening through APIs. A lot of innovations are happening on the APIs as well. And then microservices, mesh architectures, intent-based computing, all those things are popping up. I'll focus one aspect here. What has happened in last couple of years of time frame? One is the pace of innovation, which has increased significantly, right? But at the same time, pace of adoption of that innovation has also increased. Like early 2000 when we used to, or late 90s when we used to see the mobile phones in the television, it took some time to get it in our hand, right? There was a time for the adoption. Innovation happened and there was a time of adoption, but now that is changing. The day we have heard about the GPTs of the world, the day it was launched, within a week, many of us started using that. So that's kind of phenomena which has changed. Pace of innovation and pace of adoption both have gone down significantly, and which is creating complexity for the policymakers and even from the standards development bodies point of view as well. Now this is happening, as I said, increased quantum and complexity of the data, heterogeneous devices, volume and velocity of the data, your protocols are changing, and so on and so forth, which is actually impacting your national policy making, your regulatory ecosystem, how they are defining the regulations. It's changing the overall methods and means of the threat and incidents management. Because what we used to do earlier and what we are doing right now is totally different. Definitely, a lot of learning came from what we used to do, but if we keep continuing the same way, it's not going to work. This is, the top layer is primarily from the national point of view, but the lower level, if you see, that falls under the organization's point of view. Architectures are changing, your policies. Now the same policy what we used to have 10 years back cannot sustain. And probably we need to have those kind of policies which are going to stand against the test of time, that my new technology which is going to be there to be adopted has to, and my policy has to fulfill that requirement. All those kind of things are happening. And here I kept one element which is innovation and security engineering. This is primarily to focus on, as it becomes the important element, and it's a responsibility of all of us as part of the ecosystem to focus on that and sort of enable that element as well in the ecosystem. Now, from this point of view, if I just jump like how we used to look at cyber and how we are looking at cyber now and what will happen going forward. So against the compliances, policy requirements, data protection regime, then threat landscape, changing the threat landscape, and the overall security decision, how it's changing, the overall preparedness, which we used to look at assurance or assessment driven couple of years back, where we used to have a checklist, tick mark done, and we are almost sorted in terms of our preparedness. Because we used to do risk assessment, gap assessment, VAPTs, some audits, and we are almost done with the preparedness. How it's happening now, we typically call it real-time management of security. Where, and this has triggered significantly because of the advent of AI or ML, I'll say. Because of that, we have now ability to predict in an automated way, and we can orchestrate that. Our security will be more managed, more adaptive, more contextualized to the infrastructure and the global scenario which is getting created. We can manage in a very agile and integrated way. But going forward, how it's going to happen? Now the question, we are not talking whether something will go wrong or not, but something goes wrong, how quickly we are going to bounce back. And to address that, we are talking about the resiliency and response-driven security. Again, this is significantly driven by the advancement in the AI. The level of advancement that we have reached, or now we are expecting to reach in a time coming soon, probably we are going to have more agile and more, I'll say, resilient approach of managing security. If you double click that part, remember my first slide when I was talking about the compliances requirement and so on and so forth, you have to be very coordinated among your organization. Let's take example of for that matter, a ransomware attack. It's not just the security team who is going to manage. Your infrastructure team, your communication team, because you have to comply to communication requirement, your compliance and regulatory team, because you have to send a lot of feeds to the compliance and, regulators as well. Whether you're sectoral regulator or the national regulator, like in Indian context, it could be CERT India or NCIPC and so on and so forth, including your sectoral regulator. So it's becoming very complex. It has to be coordinated, it has to be automated, because pace of mitigating that threat should be very fast. And then it is multidimensional. As I mentioned, there are so many complexity and diversity involved. So your approach has to be very multidimensional. And that is now becoming the reality in the current cyber ecosystem. Again, these things, from national security strategy to policies by the regulators to enforcement and justice and so on and so forth, it's now reflecting everywhere. This was the context what I just talked about. It is primarily from the security point of view, how we have leveraged this in the context of security, the AI, the other emerging tech, how we have leveraged in the context of the cyber security. But quickly I'll touch upon how it happened actually. Say earlier, initial days of Gen AI, if I just double click that part, we used to talk about the coverage, enrichment, explanation, summarization, and so on and so forth. Certain abilities of that Gen AI platforms, which are being leveraged as a backend of various of the tools and technologies in cyber. But now it's making more autonomous, more complex goals are getting solved. We are talking about agentic AI sort of things. It is more precise. We can do a lot of vulnerability predictions, dynamic protocol updation. All of those things are now getting augmented with the help of generative AI, and this is primarily with the advent of more enriched, or I'll say more capable models which are getting developed. Again, definitely a lot of feeds are coming from the experiences that we are making and the data which is coming in. But now, with the advent of that, we are actually moving to the next level of managing security. Just to give you certain examples around this. So when you talk about Gen AI and how we are leveraging it, so coming from observability is like monitoring a complex and dependent and independent systems, which is quite complex. We are observing and predicting a lot of probable incidents that and vulnerabilities that can come in. Same goes with fraud management, and earlier one speaker was talking about say deep fake as complex problem. Definitely a lot of things are, it's like a dual-edged sword that we typically call, right? The same technology is helping adversaries to create these kind of fraudulent elements, but at the same time the similar kind of technologies can be leveraged to solve that. So fraud management, malware protection, and just I'll not go into all of those things, you can understand that, but in case of malware protection, the kind of polymorphic and homomorphic malwares which are popping up, which is changing its own behavior, and at the same time you have the infrastructure where your origin IPs are also dynamically changing. So it's becoming a very complex situation and scenario where the Gen AI engines can technologies can help you model and simulate those scenarios and predict it in a more effective and efficient way. So these kind of solutions are getting built leveraging AI and ML. Given the time in hand, I'll just skip this quickly, but this is something more like a threat modeling or ethics, security, privacy modeling of Gen AI, which we tried building, where you have to look at the ethical aspect of the technology. You have to look at the societal aspect, and where we talk about the deepfakes, misinformation, disinformation kind of a thing. While we are looking at AI or this kind of technology, we have to dismantle it in the form where we can comprehend each and every aspects. Many of those aspects would be relevant for the organizations. Many of those aspects would be relevant for the national level policy makers. There would be a lot of aspects which would be relevant for even international cooperation kind of engagements, where we are exchanging the expertise and exchanging the threat feeds to each other. Because this scenario is not going to limit to a state or to a country or to a certain geography. That has to be dealt in a very detailed and a very coordinated way at large. So idea was to look at what kind of ethical requirements are coming in, what kind of societal challenges are popping up. What are the attacker's advantage? Here, if you look at attacker, and initially I talked about lowering the bar of expertise. Here, attackers' expertise to create the malware has gone down. Now, if we as policymakers or the technologists come together and address that requirements, only then we will be able to address it. Else, it's like a level playing for both the parties, right? Whosoever is coming together is going to address that requirement in a more effective way. Then your AI model, the security challenge in the AI model itself, and then the larger context here, if I talk about which we look at from attack on the data infrastructure or attacks on the AI app itself, those kind of challenges which can create a larger havoc. So all those kind of elements we have to look at while we are doing the larger threat modeling. So it's again both the sides. On one hand, adversaries has access to all of those things, but at the same time, if we as a protector come together and create a consortium to address that, and that's what happening actually in this room as well. We are coming together talking about it. That's actually going to serve a larger purpose. Here I'll stop. These are my coordinates. I'll be more than happy to connect with you all separately and engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your insights on balancing the innovation with ethical safeguards and addressing the dual-use challenge have enriched the dialogue on building a secure and trustworthy digital future. Our next speaker is Dr. Sitarama Brahmam Gunturi, Principal Consultant, Tata Consultancy Services, who will bring the industry perspective on trustworthy AI by design, our approach. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks BIS for this grand event, and thanks for the opportunity, organizers. So from cybersecurity, let us come back to trustworthy AI by design. I'll be talking about the current trends and the current state of AI, followed by the rates of adoption across industries across the globe, as well as the trust factors and highs, lows, what are the reasons, and then we will see how we can infuse the trustworthy principles in the design itself. So let us look at where we are with respect to AI as of 2025. So before we got hold of the Gen AI, which was a revolution in itself, we are now coming across the multimodality of Gen AI, and then we see the AI agents, and at the same time, within no time, we are also seeing agentic AI frameworks. All these to deliver more advanced capabilities with respect to automations and so on and so forth. And the other exciting part is the retrieval augmented generations and the low rank adaptations that are also going at high speed. This is basically to customize the AI, Gen AIs and so on. And at the same time, we are also coming across the trust factors, the ethics, whatever we have been seeing since morning, the demand for transparency, explainabilities, bias, risk, identification, mitigation of risk very early, and the authenticity of the content that is being generated by these Gen AI models. And we are also seeing the rollout of the regulations, UAI Act, at different risk categories. Unacceptable risk, dump it. High risk, handle it with care, and so on and so forth. There are 4 risk categorizations that we are seeing. And then we also see emergence of a lot of standards from ISO, NIST, IEEE. There are many standard bodies. And then the AI adoption. Definitely we see a lot more adoption in enterprise level in automations, entertainment, and so on and so forth. We will see in the next slide. And then there are custom models as well. But the bottom line is, as we have seen since the morning, future depends on responsible innovation. Now, how well AI is trusted, right? Wherever there is the dealing with personal data or some very, very critical data, the trust seems to be little low. So the references are the reports from Edelman Trust Barometers, Pew Research, and so on. Highest adoption in manufacturing, at the same time, a very high level of trust as well, and so on. Entertainment, 80%, and trust is 6.5, and so on. So if you see, wherever there are reservations on the trust related to trust, the apprehensions are related to privacy, accountability, transparency, and so on, right? And wherever the privacy is not a big concern, we see a lot more adoption, that is manufacturing, entertainment, retail, and so on, right? Now, why are these factors little low on the trust? Because some of the failures that we have been witnessing in the literature, I mean, nowadays AI failures are headlines in the news. There are no more technical glitches with respect to the organizations per se. As recent as March 24, we saw GPT producing some incorrect information, which is basically the hallucination in both healthcare and legals. And then agentic AI failing to generate reliable and efficient secure codes. And chatbots from Meta propagating harmful misinformation. And this is another failure from IBM Watson because it was trained on outdated and biased data. And recent recall of robotaxis from Waymo due to a software glitch, and that caused the collisions. And then this little interesting, a coding assistant removing the whole production database by mistake. So these are some of the failures that we see across different business domains, which are basically having, kind of instigating the reservations. Now, which is also adding to the skepticism that is it reliable? Can I really depend on that? Is it safe? And so on and so forth. Now, any AI system that is deployed and once the mistakes are made post deployment, it becomes very, very difficult to implement those because once the mistake is made, the consequences can be very costly, socially and economically, and more importantly, reputationally also. There is one example, I'll bring it here. So these are the trustworthy principles. How do we instill trust? How do we improve the trust factor and increase the adoption? Basically is revolving around these 7 principles, the trustworthy principles, which we call as design dimensions. So we have been seeing this since morning. This is from the EU AI Act, from AIHLUG, starting from robustness, privacy, transparency, and so on and so forth. And this is what is being kind of echoed across the different global frameworks, be it from ISO, NIST, IEEE, and so on and so forth. And robustness talks about the resiliency to different attacks, because in typical software security, attacks are code leakages, whereas here in AI, attacks could be the sensitivity of the model to data differences, data perturbations. Privacy, transparency, that includes explainability and communications and so on and so forth. Accountability, fairness, and so on. And human agency. Everything is equally important. Just to highlight, during my travel yesterday, I came across this very, very interesting article in the InFlight magazine that highlights the failure of damage detection that was implemented by Hertz car rentals globally recently, about 4 or 5 months ago. So what it says is a car is inspected through a model, UVI, using 360 cameras, and all the damages are detected, and if there is a damage, the bill is sent to the customer. So what customers complained is that the damages are, in fact, some of the damages that the model detected are the dirt marks. So they are not actually damages, but there is no way they can reach out to the company because they were always directed to the portals. So which, in fact, is basically a missing element of human agency. So there is no human in the loop. So they are always interacting with the systems, and therefore the perception is that people have a lot of reservations on using this kind of systems. And now, how do we ensure that the models are trustworthy by design? So I have taken an example of a layered approach where the topmost layer contains the trustworthy principles, the standards, modeling methodologies, AI acts, and the assurance guidelines as per the corporate policy. And then the processes, procedures, guidelines that can be derived from this. And then we mapped these trustworthy principles to the life cycle of modeling. So I have taken here the CRISP-DM as a methodology where I can map these different activities, different principles to these different phases of the modeling methodology, starting from the business understanding and so on and so forth. Now the yellow colored font text represent the principles of that relate to the trustworthiness. Basically the risk categorization, we recommend that to be done very upfront, because as per the UAI Act, risk categorization determines the course of action subsequently. High risk, unacceptable risk to start with has to be prohibited. High risk, there has to be a set of evaluations that needs to be performed. Low risk and minimal risk, and so on and so forth. So what exactly to be done is determined by the risk category, and then the stakeholder identification, who is what. So who should be informed, consulted, responsible, accountable. So these two, stakeholder identification and the RACI, determines the accountability part as well. That has to be defined upfront in the modeling life cycle. And what is the risk of failure? What if I deploy the model, if it fails at scale? What are the options do I have? What are the fallbacks that I need to look at? Similarly, during data understanding, I need to look at traceability as a part of the compliance, because traceability, if I am collecting data from multiple sources, what is the source of data? And if I am collecting from internet, what is the consent? If I am collecting data from the subjects, have I taken the consent of the people? and what is the legitimacy of the consent, the validity of the consent, purpose of consent, and so on and so forth. These are extremely critical. And in any copyright verifications, I also need to verify at this stage, because any data that I decide at this point will take me to the further stages of the modeling life cycle. So better to identify anything that is required at this stage so that my subsequent actions are seamless. And any concerns related to data privacy, I need to address at the stage of data preparation. And then the deployment of content filters. This is extremely critical because I should not allow any harmful content to get into the model during training. So any filters that I need to have, I should have here to filter any harmful content, and then any attempts to jailbreak the models, any injections and so on and so forth. So I need to filter the input before they go to the model. And during the modeling, I need to again deploy a set of filters to calibrate the model. Transparency, this is where I need to have explainability, to have a trade-off between accuracy and explainability. Robustness and hallucination. See, the filters that I will have here for hallucination and any harmful content will protect my model to produce acceptable outputs. And during validation, I need to look at fallback options as well, validate them before they are rolled out to the productions. So this is how we can ensure that all elements of trustworthiness are embedded in the model by design, so that by default any model that comes out of this is trustworthy by nature. And then let us not assume that the trustworthiness is just a matter of audit. It is much beyond, way beyond audit. Embedding trust at every stage, like the way we do in cybersecurity. The earlier speaker has spoken about it. So we pay great attention attention to the great details in handling cybersecurity. We also need to manage the trustworthiness to the same extent. So let us not assume that it is just a governance add-on, rather it is an engineering priority. And evidence is one of the most important things again, because any action that I do during the entire life cycle, I need to have evidence. Because tomorrow when I go for complaints, I need to provide the evidence. And then performing right actions at the right stage, during the entire SDLC, modeling life cycle, will have me producing trustworthy outputs. So it is not a post hoc infusion, rather it is by design. And trust as a feature, we need to have trust as a product feature than a documentation task. So these are the basically the principles of trustworthiness that we can achieve. Final word, anything that is not designed to be trustworthy cannot be trustworthy. So difficult to trust AI systems if they are not designed that way. So with that I conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Your insights on trustworthy AI and its design dimensions, embedding transparency, accountability, and ethical safeguards have provided valuable directions for advancing secure and responsible AI systems. We now have Dr. Alpan Rawal, Chief Scientist, Vadhwani AI, who will deliver his presentation on enabling social impact through AI.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me at the back. Thank you to BIS for inviting me to this workshop, and thank you to you, the audience, for showing up in large numbers after lunch, even though I can see a lot of you are sleepy and I don't blame you. So I'll try to make this interesting and quick. Unlike my fellow panelists, I don't represent industry or a startup. I represent a non-profit, but many of the projects we are doing are very sort of startup-y in nature, and so I hope you like to hear about them. So I want to start with some context for our work. If you look at the challenges, just the space of challenges we have here in India towards becoming a developed country, there's of course hundreds of challenges, And I've just listed a few here in no particular order. We certainly have resource challenges, material resource, skilled human resource, knowledge resource. We have the overpopulation challenge, especially in urban areas. We have a top-down culture across various organizations and governments, and often top-down interventions don't easily translate to on-the-ground impact. When it comes to data for insights, there's paucity of data. Even though there's a lot of data being generated, it's not organized well, it's fragmented, and so often we don't have the right insights to selectively target places and people that matter. There's superstitions and taboos that often affect development programs, gender inequality and all the consequences of gender inequality. There's often lack of stakeholder alignment. As a country, we love to argue with each other, which can be a positive. It can also be a negative in certain cases. And there's been a lot of progress, but a lot of progress was derailed due to COVID, especially in the health sector. And if you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, they are way off track for 2030. In fact, they're way off track for most of the world. They're particularly off track in countries like India, especially health goals and many of the goals surrounding health, poverty goals, gender inequality goals, and so on. So that's sort of the context. And then the question is, where does AI come in here? Well, AI can help address, I mean, it's not going to address all of this, but it's going to address this in significant chunks if implemented well. You can use AI to improve, for example, health screening at scale because of the automation that AI affords. You can, again, use automation to address resource constraints, augment knowledge gaps using Gen AI type of technologies. You can implement end-to-end digitization across many sectors using AI, and I'll show you an example of that a bit later on. Service delivery improvements, targeted service delivery, you can identify, again, using AI models, people who need services. Preemptive measures, again, through predictive models, weather prediction, infestation prediction, epidemics, and so on. Risk analysis, and then end-to-end improvement of the education ecosystem is possible through intelligently using artificial intelligence, not sort of using it in a blanket way. So this is where we come in. We see a need for a place that will solve problems using AI for the bottom of the pyramid. You know, problems that don't necessarily have high material value or high ROI, but need to be solved, right? So we are an independent, non-profit AI Tech Institute with a very strong program component so that we understand what we are doing in each domain in which we work. Our mission is to benefit underserved communities across India using AI. We work very closely with government, with the Indian central government as well as state governments for data, for deployments, and for a host of other sort of activities. And the aim is really to reach the people who matter at scale. And we're very grounded in the sense that we work backwards from problems to the technology. We don't work forwards from the technology to the problems. And currently our work is across healthcare, agriculture, and education. We're also looking at other areas. I mentioned this already. We need to collaborate in order to solve the problems that we're trying to solve. We're a small institute. We need to collaborate with a number of partners. These include government partners, but also include other NGOs, include educational institutes like the IITs, and so on. So this is just sort of a bird's eye view of the projects we are doing. I'm not going to go through each of these projects. The general areas are healthcare, agriculture, and education. All of these projects are in different, varied stages of deployment. Some of our education work is scaled across millions of students in public schools in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Our TB work also, we have risk analysis models for TB that identify patients who are going to drop off treatment early on so that interventions can be taken in advance. Those models are rolled out to every TB patient in India. We have other models that are still in pilot stage, one of which I will talk about in a bit. And we're also using Gen AI to help health workers on the ground, to help agriculture extension workers on the ground, and so on. So lots of things going on, and we keep expanding our project portfolio. So I'm going to just spend the next 4 minutes or 5 minutes or so to focus on one of the areas that we're working on. This is still a pilot deployment, but we are very excited about this. And the problem is really doing newborn anthropometry well, which is truly a third world problem. It's not a first world problem. So I want to emphasize that in advance. And the context of the problem is that the first 6 weeks of life is probably the most vulnerable time for a child's survival. It's well known, there's statistics around this. And the government of India has, under the National Rural Health Mission, has the home-based newborn care program, under which an ASHA worker, who is a frontline health worker, has to visit the baby, and this is often in rural settings in a small village somewhere. The ASHA worker has to visit the babies on the 3rd, 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th, and 42nd day after birth, and then take certain measurements on the baby. And that measurement includes, the most critical measurement at that stage is weighing the baby to make sure that they are, in the normal range and that they are growing well, right? There's other measurements that are also taken, like measuring the height, measuring the chest circumference, the head circumference, and so on. But the most critical one is weight. The problem is that weight and length are not consistently or accurately captured, and there's various reasons for this. One is the equipment that's used is often a spring balance. So what you see in the cartoon there is the baby is put in a piece of cloth, often a sari, tied to a spring balance, and then the ASHA worker sort of eyeballs the weight on the spring balance, and you can imagine, that's not very scalable, right? I mean, the spring balance needs to be calibrated regularly. That often doesn't happen. The weight is eyeballed. It's not digitized immediately. So the weight is then entered into a register by hand and so on. So there's all kinds of errors in this whole system. And it's not feasible to deploy digital weighing machines at scale across India, across villages, and keep them maintained and calibrated. So there's all kinds of issues. There's also cultural taboos where mothers will not let other people hold their baby in order to weigh them, right? And so a lot of babies are missed out due to that reason. So babies are not accurately weighed on the ground. That's the result. And this leads to omissions in identifying high-risk babies. So what we've done is use AI, namely a computer vision model. This is not Gen AI. This is classical AI. Where we use a computer vision model to take a video. So it's put on an app. It works offline. The app doesn't need internet access. You take a short video of a baby in their home setting in poor lighting conditions, varied backgrounds. You don't need to touch the baby. You just take a video, and the AI tells you the weight. And we've got this down to about 110 grams average error, which is very usable in the field. So all that's needed is a very simple smartphone, the most basic smartphone you can buy, and a ruler that's put next to the baby, a wooden ruler, as a reference, a fixed length reference object next to the baby. So it's very usable. And I'm going to skip all the data collection, all that. It's 4 years of data collection. In summary, 25,000 videos collected with ground truth from about 12,000 newborns in the field. So I'm just going to skip to a video of the, I hope you can see the video, yes. So this shows a white cloth, but the cloth doesn't have to be white. It can be any color. It's fairly robust. And the frontline health worker takes a video of the baby in an arc, as you can see, using our app. And you get a real-time inference. You don't need an internet connection. And in this case, since it's a validation study, they also sort of verify the weight. Yeah, I'm going to skip the the modeling details, just some statistics. You only need to focus on the boldface numbers. Currently, it's still in pilot. It's been used in Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. It's being piloted there, and it's been used on about 4,700 babies so far. The numbers hold up, the accuracy is good, so it's looking good for nationwide deployment, which is really what we would like to do next. So just concluding with overall thoughts, this is my last slide. There is potentially huge value in Indian datasets. Even if they are fragmented and siloed, India is the world's most populous country, it's the world's most diverse country, and the datasets represent this diversity and quantity. The value does not only exist to serve the urban elite, people like us who regularly use technology. It can impact the government school teacher, the rural mother, the farmer, the tribal patient, the baby in a village. And there's several examples from our work. I don't have time to go into them. Even classical AI, as I just showed, has huge potential. Gen AI adds another layer of impact through understanding of language and speech and so on. And so Gen AI agents can often act as a glue to implement classical AI. Human in command, as has already been emphasized all day today, that you need humans to create trustworthy AI. So human in command should become the default construct in sensitive applications like healthcare. And I strongly believe that AI for automatic digitization. This was one example where you don't just get an accurate solution, but the way it is automatically digitized. It doesn't have to be put in a, manually written down somewhere. And this can help across the board. This can help in banks, creating accounts, everything. So just imagine voice to digital bank account creation with human in the loop, of course. And that should be possible through AI. The tech is nearly there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your emphasis on leveraging data-driven intelligence and scalable AI solutions to address societal challenges like newborn anthropometry has provided a valuable roadmap for impactful and responsible innovation. We now have Shri Sambit Sahu, Senior Vice President from Krutrim Ola, who will deliver his presentation on Krutrim Empowering India's AI Foundation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, BIS, for the wonderful opportunity. And Alpan, really great and noble goal. We'll be happy to collaborate with you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Krutrim. And as we know, the AI revolution is probably the biggest technology revolution we will see in our lifetime. It's just huge, and it is impacting every aspect of our lives. And as per market research, the generative AI is expected to add around $20 trillion to the global GDP and around $500 billion to the India GDP in the next few years. So it is just huge. And in India, there is really very serious adoption of AI. A lot of enterprises are ramping up on AI. We have close to 1,000 Gen AI startups. And our objective in Krutrim is to really deliver the foundation by which these startups, these enterprises will succeed in their AI applications, their AI usage, and in the process help India to become a great superpower in AI. That's our objective. It's a big, ambitious goal, and we are doing it step by step. We are taking it one step at a time. So Krutrim is part of Ola group of companies. Ola has 3 companies. The Ola Electric, which is a public company. It focuses on EVs. We recently launched our two-wheelers motorcycles. And we're also investing heavily into our indigenous cell research. And then Ola Consumer, you must have all seen and used Ola Cabs. The Ola Consumer targets e-commerce, online digital e-commerce. And the Krutrim is a company that was founded by the founder around 2 years back to develop this AI foundation, AI stack. So what's Krutrim's vision and opportunity? We want to target all the layers of AI, largely for India, and of course the world can use it, but our primary focus is India. So we want to target the models. So we have already released 12 billion parameter Indic models on several Indian languages, supporting images, video, audio, all kinds of multimodal stuff. We also have developed one of India's first agentic AI app, which I will show you, and in the process we'll develop the platform for that. Then the second piece is cloud. We want to make sure that we have a sovereign cloud, we have a cost-effective cloud, which can host AI, and this is an AI-first cloud, which can host AI and other applications. And we already developed the cloud. It is already getting used by our group of companies, as well as we are released to the public for early consumption. And the third piece, which is really very important for India, and now there is pretty big momentum in India to invest into semiconductors. So we want to build the chips for AI. So we are taking a pragmatic approach. We are starting with edge AI chips, targeting our automotives or two-wheelers, and then some few other edge products. And then over time, as we succeed in building these smaller and lesser complex chips, we look at building some data center chips. So with this three-stack approach, the models, the platform, the cloud, and the silicon, we want to develop this step by step. We have had some early successes. We want to develop this step by step and ensure that India is pretty self-sufficient and pretty capable in building AI. And we see a big opportunity around close to a 250 billion opportunity if you're able to do it well. So cloud is one of the things that we just released a few months back. And this has been developed grounds up by a very talented team. And this cloud is now being used by our group companies. And we have architected it as an AI-first cloud. We support all the AI frameworks. We support a bunch of open source models as well as our own models. We support platforms to build agentic AI. We also, in India, cost is very important. So we are making serious effort to ensure that we optimize the cloud for cost. How do we increase the utilization of the hardware resources? How do we make sure that we don't have a lot of cost for developing applications? So we are making a lot of steps to ensure that we develop a very cost-effective cloud and infrastructure. We're also making this very simple, because cloud, to operate a cloud, to manage a cloud is pretty complex, requires lots of skill set. So by leveraging open source, by embedding AI engines into the cloud and trying to make it autonomous, we see that you can simplify the cloud. It is not really that complex as it is today. Okay. And of course, we want to make sure that this cloud is extremely secured, we are compliant, and we are trustworthy, we are reliable. So we are making sure that we are making a very strong, reliable, secured cloud that our users can benefit from it. They can optimize the costs. And the other thing is that India has a huge number of developers. So we are enabling a lot of APIs and SDKs for the developers to use our cloud. So it's a three-layer stack. The bottom stack is the infrastructure where we have all the hardware, and it's a multi-sites hardware, and also all the platform layers. And the middle layer is the AI studio, where we built in a lot of infrastructure based on which AI applications can be built. So things like access to different models, both open source as well as our ingrown models, and playbooks, and low-code or no-code inferencing, fine-tuning, so a bunch of things we have done to make sure that AI applications can be easily built. And on top layer is the AI apps, and we are building multiple apps. One of our apps, the Maps, is very popular. It's being used by millions of users right now. So the challenges we want to address, we see the demand in India is huge, but we see scarcity of infrastructure, we see scarcity of solutions, sovereign solutions. So we want to make sure that we increase our data center capacity and we enable solutions that people can use to develop their applications. And most importantly, we want to give the platform for the large number of developers that are in India so that they can generate a lot of business out of it and bring in revenue to India. So last few months, we have been using our cloud for our group workloads, which is really quite a diverse portfolio of workloads, AI workloads, general purpose workloads, autonomous workloads, financial workloads, all different kinds of workloads supporting a huge number of users, or 5 million users are using this cloud right now. And with multiple CPUs and GPUs and storage and networking. So it has been very successful, and we are starting to engage with some big enterprises so that they can adopt this cloud. So I just want to show a quick demo of our agentic AI.
They said in the future, AI would make life easy. Meet Krutrim, India's first AI assistant.
Order 2 chicken biryani and a mint lime juice from Meda's.
Sure thing. Enjoy, Muddy.
Hey Kruti, take me to Koramangala Social.
Krutrim, India's first AI assistant.
So this app has already been released and being used, and more importantly, we have the platform on which newer agentic AI applications can be built. So we all spoke about how critical standards are, and we believe that we need to be compliant with the standards to increase the trust for interoperability, to engage with customers, to scale, and we take it very seriously. I think our strategy of leveraging open source like Kubernetes or PyTorch, TensorFlow, all these things definitely is a significant step towards compliance. Second is we do architecture and design for compliance from day one. Okay. And we have integrated different types of automation into our development cycles, into our CI/CD pipelines. We have integrated compliance checks, and we do hackathons to ensure that we remain very compliant. So we consider compliance very critical, and that is important for our customers. So it's a big journey, very ambitious journey, but we are relentless, and we see there's a great opportunity. We have a passion for India to build up to be a great name in the AI world. So our objective is to build the foundation for all the enterprises and the startups and the government to have a great journey in AI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. your deliberation on indigenous AI models, scalable infrastructure, and standards-driven innovation have underscored the critical role Krutrim can play in strengthening India's technological sovereignty and global AI leadership. We now have with us Shri Ankit Modi, founding member, Cure AI, who will deliver his presentation on digitization needs a brain, why AI must lead, not follow.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ankit Modi, and today I want to speak about why AI must lead in digitization. So typically what happens is when we think about AI, we think that once digitization is done, then you can build on top of it various analytics or AI algorithms. What we completely miss out on is that AI can also be an enabler for digitalization. Saying that AI cannot happen because of lack of digitalization is like saying mobile phones cannot happen because landlines have not reached in every nook and corner of the country. And I want to demonstrate that through one application in healthcare, which we have explored. This is our most recent innovation, an application called IRA that we launched in May this year. But firstly, let's look at the problem statement. Why is digitalization needed? How digital are our hospitals in reality? Less than 35% hospitals in India actually have a EMR, and almost only 3 lakh doctors are registered on ABDM out of 14 lakhs doctors that India has today. Why is it critical? What is the human cost of such broken digital systems? WHO says that almost 70 million preventable annual deaths happen because of documentation delay, be it because of misdiagnosis or late diagnosis, but the human cost of this is huge. Even when there are EMRs, are they actually sticking? Are they actually being used? Some data points on that. Less than 10% patient visits are digitally recorded. More than 70% healthcare workers who have been trained to use EMRs go back to their old ways with pen and paper. Why? Because obviously they have a lot of fatigue, there are too many applications and too less of people in primary healthcare centers who can actually type. Moreover, we spend more than a lakh per healthcare worker per year on training. And imagine 70% of them going back on digitalization, right? Why does this fail? Like I said, if people are typing on EMRs, which basically means that 40% of their time is spent on typing on EMRs, it limits times for providing care to the patients, and then it creates massive fatigue in health workers, right? So over here, like if digitalization is the problem, how can AI lead here? The answer to that is, what if AI could help data digitize itself? What if it could upskill a health worker by providing constant prompts at the right place at the right time? What if it could help doctors serve more patients per day? Same number of health workers, but the patients being served could be much more. That is where we thought of building this application called IRA, which is an ambient listener between patient and healthcare workers or doctors, and enriching EMRs, upskilling health workers, and basically enabling more care with the patients. So I will demonstrate this with a video where a patient and a healthcare worker are chatting. They are talking to each other like we have our consultations with doctors. And you would see that on the screen there is an EMR called Ebuzima. It is a national EMR of a country called Rwanda. Our AI agent, IRA, is on the bottom right of the screen, where it is scrolling through the EMR, listening to the conversation, and the agent is actually filling the right data in the right boxes automatically.
While the clinician and patient are speaking, IRA captures information directly into the EMR as clear, structured data, and even prompts for details that are missed.
I have fever. Okay. Along with the fever, is there anything else? How long have you had this fever for?
Since 3 days, my body is also aching very much. I have a lot of shivering. I'm feeling cold and I have a very bad headache
Do you smoke or drink?
No, I don't.
Are you taking any other medicines? Do you have any allergies?
No allergies, no medicine I'm taking.
So I'm going to do an examination for you with the fever and your other symptoms. It is possible that it might be malaria. So as a next step, I'm going to recommend some tests. Let's do the malaria rapid diagnostic test.
Okay.
Look at these nudges on the bottom right. The application is also providing them nudges on what better questions they can ask, what tests they can order.
Once the results are here, you can come back to the clinic. So your malaria test has come back positive, and I can see in the report that it's P. falciparum malaria. Let's start treating you for malaria. I'm going to recommend some medicines. Let's start these tablets. In fact, I can maybe give you one dose now. So you'll be taking these tablets every 8 hours.
While the clinician and patient are speaking, IRA captures information directly into the EMR as clear, structured data, and even prompts for details that are missed.
I have fever.
Okay. Along with the fever, is there anything?
So, if you look at the application, there are primarily two benefits. One for health workers, where voice and image-based digitization basically enables them to not even fill EMR. EMR is getting filled automatically. It is interoperable with existing systems and adapts effectively to local languages and dialects. More importantly, for policymakers, what this means is that you have a real-time dashboard, and if scaled across states and countries, it's basically enabling you for PPPR, right? Pandemic preparedness and response. It can help you evaluate effectiveness and adoption of healthcare programs. All the MRs will be filled out with 100% data reporting. Today, less than 10% of patient visits are being filled out. Even those who are filled out with a delay of almost 7 to 10 days. So that delay basically goes slash to 0% and helps you be prepared for pandemics. Now, taking this beyond theory, talking about the impact that we have created. So IRA is our newest innovation. But we have been doing a lot of AI since last 10 years, majorly around medical image diagnosis. Our product on AI for chest X-rays has been scaled in more than 100 countries across 4,500 plus sites. Recently, we were also called out by Time 100 as 100 most influential companies of the world, with the likes of OpenAI, Anthropic, and all the major AI companies. We were the only ones to be included from India. The chest X-ray product, why is it important from India's perspective, is because there are 10 crore chest X-rays being done in government facilities in India every year, which is a gold mine for undertaking disease surveillance for diseases like lung cancer, COPDs, and heart failure. Why have we able to create that impact? Firstly, our regulatory strength, where we have gotten these AI products cleared in more than 90 plus countries. We have been able to scale to 31 million plus lives positively. We don't only stop at being just an AI company, right? We work with country level programs to actually help them implement AI in their existing clinical workflows. And today, more than 10,000 workers across the world are actually using our AI as we speak. Now, coming to some of the applications that we have seen in India, we have made presentations to the Honorable Health Minister, the Union Amity Ministers, and countries have also taken country-level AI surveillance programs. So we have partnered with the Ministry of Health in Malaysia, El Salvador, Thailand, Colombia, where every X-ray being taken in those countries will be processed with Cures AI. Finally, coming back to IRA, IRA is not theory. It is actually real application impacting real workers and real patients. So here's a case study created in India, a very small village in Varanasi. Have a look at this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the future of patient-centric care. I'm an AI co-pilot for healthcare workers, designed to give them more face time with patients while supporting faster, better decisions. Let me show you our work at Robertsganj in rural India.
At Jeewan Jyoti Christian Hospital, Dr. Dawn sees up to 40 patients a day with one nurse, one junior doctor, and one small room. A lot of time is spent on the paperwork process, and every moment spent on paperwork is a moment taken from care. But IRA is already changing care for Dr. Dawn and his team. Whether it's a clinic, community center, or other frontline setting, IRA captures patient history and prepares notes, ensuring no key detail is missed, all without filling another form.
The interaction which happens in the doctor's room between a patient and the doctor has a great influence in the getting well process of the patients.
During the consult, IRA listens in alongside Dr. Dawn. It writes what's said, captures what matters, and generates the report. It works across languages and runs on devices clinics already use. No missed notes, no second drafts, just a complete report ready to file.
Digital assistant will accurately, authentically, contextually will capture the communication which has happened and will give me a good transcript which otherwise I would have to make myself.
With IRA, patients wait less, doctors engage more, reports are clear, and care moves faster. IRA helps health teams stay patient-focused by digitizing care with minimal training and maximum confidence. With IRA, Cure AI is aiming to enable 50-plus LMICs to become high-performing by 2030. The first step of that journey starts now.
So this is already live in our pilot sites. If you are interested in like sort of selecting a site and doing a pilot with us, feel free to reach out to me on my email ID. But I want to bring attention back to my original point. AI need not happen post-digitalization. AI can actually be the engine that powers digitalization across fields. So we have tried it in healthcare. If you are working in a different field, please think through how AI can actually enable digitalization in your field. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Your articulation of AI as the strategic driver of digital ecosystem, especially the healthcare sector, rather than a supporting tool, has provided valuable insight into shaping future architectures, policies, and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with all the presentations in this session 3, and the floor is now open for questions to our distinguished panel of the speakers. May I request you to keep your interventions brief and to the point. We'll be able to take 3 questions. Rest of the audience may catch up with the speaker or may write to us at litd@bis.gov.in. I'll request the volunteers here who are having the mics and the audience who have the question, they may please raise their hand. I'll once again repeat, kindly keep your question brief and to the point, and we would be able to accommodate 3 questions.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, sir, here.
Yep.
So I'm Kundan Giri, Scientist D from the Bureau of Indian Standards. And I have a question from Dr. Alpan. Sir, you talked about an AI system which estimates the weight of a newborn child. And we were currently working on making a standard on a digital weighing system with an infantometer for the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare. So basically you very beautifully portrayed that what is the difficulty in measuring the weight of the child. But what I am assuming is the camera has to be placed at a certain angle to estimate, is it or is it not?
No.
Okay.
So that's why we have a wooden ruler in the frame that acts as a fixed length reference object. So the camera can be at any distance.
Okay. And just if you can share the accuracy, you already mentioned that it is accuracy. What is the sample rate for this accuracy?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many samples have been taken to find out this accuracy?
Over 1,000 babies.
Okay, over 1,000. Okay, sir, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Dr. T. Datta. Yeah, I'm the chair of LITD22 of BIS, which will look into the geospatial informations. My question is for Mr. Sambit Sahu. So as you are using the Indian, the Krutrim AI, so are you using any of the Indian, the geospatial, because, Ola is lots depends on the, the geospatial data, and because your business depends upon that. So are you using any of the Indian geospatial standards? No, I'm saying maps is a service. Are you using any of the standards? Because there are around 26 geospatial standards. Some of them has been developed.
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I got your question. I'll have to find out. I don't know the answer for sure.
Okay. And I just want to take this advantage and ask these questions to Dr. Rawal, because, Badwani AI has done a wonderful job, because I was with the Department of Science and Technology as I was looking into Science and Society program. Currently, I am with, Amrita University, and we are working in a wonderful program of, living labs, where we look into the livelihood system, like, in the context of the multidimensional poverty. And I would love to discuss with you that how the AI can really, catalyze this, because in the context of a livelihood system and sustainability, measurement and the resilience measurement is a huge challenge, quantifications, because most of the things are qualitative. So how that can be done, I would love to.
Sure, we can talk later. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My question is towards Krutrim. It's largely around, like, when we use ChatGPT, Gemini, or Grok, largely we see there are certain biases towards Southeast Asia, Africa, and other countries. When we are using Krutrim, what sort of biases can we expect, firstly? And secondly, is it trained on the Indian data sets, and how accurate is it in terms of prediction or analysis or insights around the Indian economy, society, or culture?
Yeah, good question. I think the whole reason why we decided to build our own models, because of the same reasons, we felt that the GPTs and the Geminis were not really trained on Indian data. And we took lots of effort to digitize a lot of Indian data and then train our models. But it's an ongoing journey. And we also have a lot of safeguards and checks to ensure that we are building those models in a responsible way. But our models are largely trained on Indian data. Yes.
Just one more question, like we see a lot of chatter around GPT, newer models and efficient models, but we haven't heard much about Krutrim as of now. And just today only I got to know that it's already released and it's in the market. So being an Indian and living in Delhi NCR, not knowing about that, and especially in and around that particular tech, it's not that great of a thing. And if we think of the global audience, is that something that on your radar? Because a lot of investors or NRIs are quite interested about the Indian markets and the nuances of the Indian economy. So are you targeting that?
Well, our focus is primarily first on India. So definitely feedback taken that we need to do a better job in spreading the word and marketing things. And also, the GPT-4 is probably a 1.75 trillion parameter model. We are only a 12 billion parameter model. So as we develop bigger and bigger models, more reliable models, definitely you will hear more and more. But nevertheless, there is a feedback that we need to do our PR and marketing and reach out much better.
Thank you.
One last question we would take.
A very good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Afreen Afzal. I have a question for Mr. Modi. Sir, that app you are talking about, is it like having a limited access, or anybody can, it's for open access? Means it is specifically for the use of the doctors?
Yeah, it is strictly for the use of doctors, and we are a B2B company, like we provide such applications to
hospital systems, radiology groups, and not precisely to individual doctors. Because there are certain regulatory guidelines through which you have to, and compliance issues through which you have to deploy and then ensure that the accuracy levels are at the metric. So you will not find it on Play Store, for example.
Okay, I mean only doctors can use this app.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, there should be some eligibility criteria for that.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sirs. Now I would like to invite Shri Jitendra Kumar, Head Electronics and IT Department of BIS, for presenting memento to our guests on dais. जल्दी ले लो. To Shri Ankit Modi. Shri Sambit Sahu. Dr. Alpan Rawal. Dr. Sitarama Brahmam Ganturi. Shri Atul Kumar. I would further request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph. Thank you, sirs. Jnanam Paramam Balam. Knowledge is the supreme power. The discussion today have clearly shown that AI, when guided by standards, ethics, and innovation, can transform India's digital future. As we are proceeding towards the end of this workshop, I would now request Shri Jitendra Kumar, Scientist E and Head Electronics and IT Department of BIS, to present the vote of thanks and conclude this workshop.
Thank you, Devansh. A very good evening to all. It's an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks today after this workshop on AI, shaping the future with innovation. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, Mrs. Nidhi Khare, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, Professor Rajat Moona, Director, IIT Gandhinagar, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Mrs. Reena Garg, Scientist G and DDG Standardization, BIS, and all speakers for gracing this occasion with their inspiring words and initiating discussions on the important topics for deployment of responsible AI solutions. I sincerely thank our distinguished speakers and experts who share their knowledge across today's sessions. Your contributions will undoubtedly help us shape strategies and standards that support India's journey towards responsible AI for all. A special word of appreciation goes to our partners from industry, academia, policy bodies, and members for joining hands with us. Your presence demonstrates the spirit of collaboration needed to translate these ideas into impactful actions. I would also like to thank my whole team of Electronics and IT Department who've been working tirelessly for days and nights to make it a success. Finally, to all participants, thank you for being here and for your commitment to sustainability. We hope you will carry forward the learnings and insights shared today to your respective domains, helping us build a cleaner, greener future. With these words, I, Jitendra Kumar, Head of Electronics and IT Department of the BIS, once again extend my gratitude to everyone who made this workshop possible. Thank you. And while announcing the closure of the workshop formally today, I would also request all the persons who are sitting here to have and pay visit to our exhibition, for which our BIS team has also paid a lot of efforts to make it a success. It's arranged in the adjacent hall, Exhibition Hall 14, and you can take a walking route from there to there from this place. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.